It began in a way that seemed ordinary but wasn't, as if the world had waited quietly, just beneath the surface, for someone to notice. Morty sat in the soft morning light, staring at the pale clouds drifting slowly across the sky. He didn't know why the clouds felt different that day, lighter, almost humming with a faint energy he couldn't name. Somewhere deep in his chest, a gentle warmth stirred, a curious kind of awareness that made the edges of his senses sharper, yet soft, almost like the way a lullaby lingers long after it ends. Before we begin the story, Morty thought, let's take a breath together. I want you to know you are seen, you are cared for, and you are truly loved. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you watching from and what time?
Is it there? Now grab your coffee and let's get started. The morning hum of life surrounded him. Birds called faintly in the distance, and the wind brushed softly against the edges of the trees.
Morty could hear the quiet shuffle of someone walking across a neighboring rooftop, a cat slipping silently through the garden below. He felt small yet connected, as if each sound, each movement, each breath was a thread weaving him gently into a larger, unseen tapestry. It was a quiet reminder that even the smallest presences had weight and meaning, and that attention, when patient, revealed hidden currents of life waiting to be noticed. He wandered through the streets, his steps slow
and deliberate.
The pavement underfoot was warm from the morning sun, slightly rough, and each pebble pressed gently into his soles. Morty felt an odd tenderness for the world beneath him, a subtle fascination for textures and angles, and the way sunlight danced across worn stone and cracked brick. He paused briefly at a corner, noticing a small bird pecking at crumbs, its movements delicate, precise. Morty smiled softly to himself, aware that even a simple breakfast could carry the quiet beauty of the world, and that noticing it mattered, more than speaking or acting. Morty's mind drifted as he walked, threading memories of other mornings into the present. He remembered sitting by the window as a child, watching clouds drift past, imagining they were creatures that carried dreams from one end of the neighborhood to another. He remembered the gentle hum of his mother's voice, the soft brush of her hands as she straightened a blanket, the scent of toast mingling with sunlight. Each memory felt alive, like tiny lanterns flickering in a vast night, each one illuminating a piece of who he had been and who he might yet become. He arrived at the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, the one crowned with oaks and sprinkled with small, jagged stones. The hill rose slowly before him, its silhouette delicate against the morning sky. Morty ran his hands over the rough bark of a tree, feeling the ridges, grooves, and patches of moss beneath his fingers. He felt a quiet kinship with the tree, its patient endurance echoing the small lessons of his life: patience, attention, and care. He understood even now that the world spoke in subtle patterns, and that noticing them was a form of quiet heroism, a way of honoring the slow, persistent pulse of life around him. At the top of the hill, he found Summer waiting. She was seated on a flat stone, eyes half closed as if she could see the world in layers invisible to most. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb the serene concentration she carried. She lifted her gaze briefly, offering a soft, knowing smile, and he felt warmth settle deep into his chest. They walked along the hilltop together, their footsteps slow and deliberate, letting sunlight spill across the grass in patterns that shifted with each subtle gust of wind. Morty noticed the attentiveness in her gaze, the quiet bravery in her movements, and the soft rhythm she carried, attuned to the pulse of the hill, the air, and the small creatures scuttling in the underbrush. They, arrived at the stream that curled lazily along the base of the hill, its water catching the sunlight in fleeting glimmers. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool, flowing surface, feeling the current tug softly against his skin. Summer crouched nearby, brushing lightly against leaves and stones, her attention deliberate and meditative. Morty observed her quietly, noticing the soft focus in her gaze, the gentle precision in her movements, and the courage it took to simply be present, to allow the world to unfold slowly around them. Connection, he realized, was often quieter than words, rooted in shared attentiveness, in the patient observation of life, in letting it exist without interruption. Time moved slowly, unhurried, as Morty pulled out a small sketchbook from his bag. He traced delicate lines across the page, the flow of the stream, the curve of moss-covered stones, the sway of branches, the careful gestures Summer made as she traced shapes in the dirt with a small stick. Morty felt a quiet swell of gratitude, recognizing intimacy in shared silence, the strength in patient observation, and the bravery in deliberate attentiveness. Heroism, he reflected, was often invisible, appearing not in grand gestures, but in small acts of noticing, in subtle attentions, and in patient endurance. A fox appeared at the edge of the stream, pausing to sniff the air. Morty froze, feeling a delicate thrill of recognition, a subtle thread of connection between himself and the world. Summer remained still beside him, their shared presence forming a quiet, invisible bond. Morty realized the world spoke often in whispers, in small gestures, in subtle movements. Courage, empathy, and heroism could exist quietly, without recognition, in deliberate attentiveness, in patient observation, in noticing without needing to intervene. Even the smallest gestures carried enduring weight, shaping both observer and observed. A gentle breeze moved through the trees, carrying faint scents of earth and flowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of life fill him, the murmur of water, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant song of birds, and the steady pulse of his own heart. He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped him. The fox, the streams, the birds, the delicate companionship of Summer, the quiet guidance of Rick. Each fleeting moment left ripples that endured quietly, shaping understanding and perception, subtle yet lasting in effect. By afternoon, the sunlight softened, turning the hilltop into a warm tapestry of gold and muted green. Morty and Summer walked slowly down the slope, each step deliberate, each breath attentive. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day deep in his chest, the fox, the stream, the small attentions, the shared companionship, and the gentle understanding that even the smallest gestures could leave ripples that endured. These quiet acts of observation, care, and patience were invisible yet meaningful, subtle yet profound. By nightfall, the stars began to pierce the sky, faint yet steady. Morty climbed into bed feeling the warmth of the day's quiet lessons settle deep within him. He listened to the soft rustle of wind outside, the faint hum of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep arrived softly, wrapping him in calm, patience, and gentle warmth. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, quietest gestures, and gentlest acts of empathy left ripples that endured, patiently awaiting the light of tomorrow. The night had settled around the little house on the edge of nowhere, folding, it into darkness as if the world itself were tucking the house under a blanket. The stars blinked softly above, distant and patient, like the eyes of someone who has seen 1,000 nights pass and will see 1,000 more. Morty lay in his bed, the weight of the day still lingering in his chest, a mixture of excitement and worry that refused to settle completely. Somewhere beyond the walls he could hear the gentle hum of the universe, a quiet lullaby that seemed to say, "Everything is as it should be, even if it is strange." He turned his head toward the window, where the moon spilled its pale light across the floor. Shadows of familiar shapes stretched and bent on the walls, furniture and corners twisting into strange forms that made the room feel less like a room and more like a stage where dreams rehearsed themselves. Morty's fingers grazed the soft edge of his blanket, tracing the texture as if it held answers to questions he could not yet articulate. There was comfort in its weight, and yet, beneath it, the endless wonder of the night pressed gently, urging him to notice the subtle music of the world. Earlier that day, Summer had left him a note tucked under the cereal box. It was short, ordinary, almost, but the words glimmered in a way Morty understood only because he had come to know her rhythm. "Don't worry about catching up today, just listen, just feel." The simplicity of it made him feel cared for, as if a single note could carry the warmth of an entire afternoon. Morty repeated the words quietly to himself, a mantra he could hold on to as the shadows shifted. He didn't always understand her perfectly. Sometimes she spoke in riddles that felt like wind brushing over water. But he understood her heart. That was enough. It had to be enough. A small noise from the hallway drew his attention. It was faint, like the soft scuffing of slippered feet, but it carried weight. Morty sat up slightly, listening. The house was silent in most ways, yet every quiet sound seemed amplified when he really paid attention. A door creaked, a distant faucet dripped, and somewhere a floorboard sighed as if it had grown weary from holding memories. In the darkness, these small, living sounds became companions rather than alarms. They were the pulse of the house, the gentle rhythm of life continuing even in the moments when he felt most alone. He remembered a conversation from long ago, a whisper of Rick's wisdom, though it had sounded more like a ramble at the time. "Morty, the universe is big, sure, but it's also patient. It waits. Don't rush the things that need time to stretch." At the moment, Morty hadn't known what stretching meant in that context. He had thought of it literally, as though he could lengthen his arms or legs until they reached across dimensions. But now, lying in bed, he understood differently. Time itself could stretch, and so could feelings. They could expand gently, slowly, without the pressure of being fully understood immediately. Outside, the wind had begun to stir, brushing against the window pane with a soft insistence. The sound reminded Morty of clouds brushing past each other in the sky, moving silently, but with purpose. He imagined himself as one of those clouds, drifting through unseen currents, sometimes colliding with others, but never truly stopped, never truly harmed. There was a strange comfort in thinking of himself as small but persistent, a tiny entity moving through the vastness of existence, capable of gentle impact simply by being present. Memories of earlier adventures crept into his mind, soft and almost imperceptible. A time he had tripped through a portal by mistake, landing in a place that smelled faintly of cinnamon and old books. Another moment when he had watched a version of himself from a different timeline sit quietly beside a river, humming a tune that seemed older than anything he could name. Each memory was a thread in a fabric, that felt warm to touch, as though the universe had stitched him into countless moments of small wonder. Morty closed his eyes and let the memories mingle with the present, allowing them to fold into each other. He felt his chest rise and fall in the gentle rhythm of his own breathing, the simple act grounding him. Somewhere in that rhythm, he felt the pulse of connection, not just to his family, but to everything he had seen and would see. The stars above were witnesses to this quiet reflection, shining without expectation, a reminder that beauty exists even when it is not shouted from rooftops. He remembered the first time he had noticed his own small, peculiar ability, his power, he thought, though it was less about strength and more about awareness. He could sense the pauses in time, the almost invisible moments where the universe seemed to breathe. It had happened in the backyard, while watching a butterfly hover mid-air, its wings suspended in a perfect balance. He had felt, rather than seen, the gentle tug of time stretching and recoiling, a feeling so soft it might have been imagined. That awareness had grown quietly in him, a secret companion, a small skill that was part of who he was becoming. A soft sigh escaped Morty's lips, blending with the wind outside. He thought about how strange it was to be both part of the world and apart from it at the same time. He had learned that growth was rarely loud. It happened in whispers, in moments of noticing rather than doing. He remembered Rick's hands, always moving, always tinkering. And yet there were times when Rick had paused to watch the night, and Morty had understood that even he, with all his chaos, respected the quiet. Perhaps that was what made the universe hold him gently. A small person who noticed, who cared, even in the simplest ways. Morty shifted under the blanket and let his fingers drift to the edge of his bed, brushing against the floor. The texture felt familiar, grounding, a tiny reminder of solidity in a world that often felt liquid and elusive. He imagined the floorboards as lines in a story, each one marking a moment of quiet perseverance. Every step he had taken, every moment of kindness, every careful observation was a soft echo in that story, a way of existing that mattered without noise. He thought of Summer again, the way her voice could carry both mischief and care, a gentle contradiction that somehow made sense. There was love in the simplest of exchanges, he realized, the kind of love that didn't demand acknowledgement or praise, the kind that simply existed, quietly, reliably, and without condition. Morty felt a small warmth in his chest at the thought, a memory that glowed softly in the night. Outside, the stars shifted imperceptibly like slow dancers in a cosmic ballet. Morty imagined tracing their movements, letting his awareness stretch across time and space. He felt connected, not in a grand heroic sense, but in a deeply intimate one. His small, gentle observations mattered because they were noticed by someone, somewhere, in some way. And even if they were not, the act of noticing itself was enough to ripple softly through the vastness. Eventually, sleep began to tiptoe toward him, soft and unassuming, brushing his eyelids with the gentleness of a feather. The house settled deeper into its nightly rhythm, the walls breathing in time with him. He felt the warmth of the blanket, the quiet presence of shadows, the soft glow of the stars above, and in that moment Morty realized that the night was not empty, nor the darkness unkind. It was full of gentle attention, of quiet watching, of the slow, careful stretch of time that he had come to understand. As he drifted, Morty carried a few thoughts with him, small tokens of reflection, the love embedded in a note left on the counter, the rhythm of his own breathing, the soft tug of curiosity that had led him through portals and memories alike. He felt that the universe, in all its sprawling chaos, had paused just long enough to let him notice, and that noticing, he knew, was enough. It had always been enough. And so, with the stars as his silent witnesses and the wind as a lullaby, Morty surrendered to the gentle pull of sleep. Somewhere between the folds of consciousness and the stretch of time, he floated, carrying the warmth of care, the curiosity of discovery, and the quiet understanding that even the smallest hearts could hold vast worlds. And somewhere in that soft, stretching night, he knew he was loved, he knew he was safe, and he knew that tomorrow he would rise again to notice, to care, and to gently move through the soft currents of the universe. The morning light arrived, slowly diffused through the curtains in soft golden threads like warm breath across the room. Morty stirred, feeling the pull of wakefulness wrapped in the lingering calm of dreams. There was a quiet patience to the day, an understanding that it need not rush. He lay for a moment longer, listening to the faint hum of life beyond the walls. Birds whispering to each other, wind teasing the edges of the garden, the occasional creak of the house settling into its morning rhythm. It was all so ordinary, and yet, as he had learned, ordinary could hold a kind of magic if one paid attention. He slid his feet to the floor, feeling the cool wood beneath them, grounding himself in the simple certainty of texture and touch. Day stretched before him like a blank canvas, gentle and patient, promising small wonders if he allowed himself to notice. Morty moved to the window, peering out at the garden where the dew still clung to blades of grass, shimmering like tiny stars fallen to the earth. He had always loved this hour, when the world was neither fully awake nor entirely asleep, when moments felt suspended and possibilities seemed infinite, yet soft. The attic had been on his mind ever since last night. It called to him in the quiet moments, not with urgency, but with invitation. He climbed the narrow staircase carefully, feeling the familiar vibrations of the old boards beneath his feet. Dust motes danced lazily in the sunlight that spilled through a small skylight, each one like a tiny, floating memory. Morty paused, letting the scene settle around him. There was comfort in the stillness, in the awareness that he was stepping into a space filled with echoes, both his and those left behind by others. Inside the attic, shadows curved around forgotten furniture and stacks of old boxes. Morty inhaled, taking in the faint scent of aged paper, wood polish, and the peculiar,
indefinable aroma of time itself.
Here, nothing hurried him. Here he could linger in thought, allowing memories to rise like gentle bubbles to the surface of his mind. He touched the edge of a box, running his fingers over the rough cardboard, and imagined the stories that lay inside. Each one was a small window into another life, another moment, another whisper of what it meant to be alive. Be alive. There was a small chest in the corner, tucked beneath a tangle of blankets and old fabrics. Morty approached it slowly, noting the way the light fell across its surface. He had passed it countless times before, but had never opened it. Today, for reasons he could not fully name, it felt different. He knelt and lifted the lid, revealing a collection of objects that seemed ordinary at first glance: papers, trinkets, and a peculiar little watch that ticked without sound. And yet, as he sifted through them, each piece seemed to hum softly, as if waiting to be acknowledged. Morty picked up the watch, feeling its smooth surface and delicate weight in his palm. He could sense, vaguely and quietly, that it belonged to someone who had once cared deeply for the passing of time, who had measured life not in hours or minutes, but in moments of observation and tenderness. He held it close, listening to its faint vibration, and for a moment it was as though the attic itself exhaled around him. Every object, every corner, every shadow seemed to recognize his presence, acknowledging him as someone who noticed, someone who cared. A small breeze drifted in through a cracked window, rustling the papers and carrying the faint scent of blooming flowers from the garden below. Morty closed his eyes, letting the smell and sound wrap around him. He remembered the way Summer had once told him that scents could hold memories the way books hold stories. There was a quiet truth to it, he realized, a way in which the world offered gentle lessons if one only paused to observe. Every experience, every fragment of time was a thread woven into a larger tapestry, subtle but persistent, waiting for someone to appreciate it. He opened one of the papers from the chest, a letter, yellowed at the edges, written in careful, looping handwriting. The words were simple, yet they carried an emotional weight that Morty felt deep in his chest. Notice the small wonders, Morty. They are the universe speaking in whispers. His lips curved into a faint smile, the corners of his heart lifting. The words felt like a soft tap on the shoulder, a reminder that even when life seemed overwhelming or incomprehensible, there was always a place for gentleness, for observation, for quiet acknowledgement. Morty lingered in the attic for hours, though the time passed like a slow dream. He discovered a small figurine, worn smooth from handling, and imagined the adventures it had witnessed. He found a bundle of sketches, simple in detail but alive with imagination, depicting landscapes that seemed both familiar and impossibly strange. Each discovery was a small conversation with the past, a reminder that the world was richer than he had often allowed himself to notice. And in these soft explorations, he felt the quiet expansion of something within him, a subtle courage, a distant, gentle empathy, a patient understanding that he could move through life without needing to conquer it, only to witness it fully. Eventually he came across a small journal, its pages filled with shorthand notes, drawings, and fleeting thoughts. He traced the lines with his fingers, marveling at the intimacy of another mind captured on paper. Some entries were whimsical, some were melancholic, but all carried the same delicate pulse of attention. Morty realized that the attic was a library, not only of objects, but of feeling, a place where the echoes of love, curiosity, and quiet reflection had settled. He felt a kinship with the unknown writer, a recognition that caring for small details was a form of heroism in itself. The afternoon sun had begun to shift, spilling through the skylight at a different angle, and the shadows in the attic leaned longer and softer. Morty gathered a few items to examine later, a folded sketch, the watch, and a note that had faded with time, and tucked them into his backpack. He took a final look around the space, breathing in its quiet wisdom. The attic had taught him something important, though he could not yet articulate it fully, that life was made of moments, small gestures, and careful noticing, and that attending to them with care was its own kind of journey. As he descended the stairs, the house seemed to exhale with him, as if acknowledging the attention he had given. The day outside had grown warmer, the breeze brushing against his skin, carrying the faint scent of earth and grass and possibility. Morty walked slowly across the yard, feeling the grass beneath his feet, noticing the rhythm of his own breathing, and allowing the gentle pull of curiosity to guide him forward. He realized softly that the day itself was a gift, not in grand surprises or dramatic events, but in its quiet, persistent invitation to observe, to care, to notice the tender beauty that existed even in the smallest things. Later, as evening approached, Morty sat on the porch with a cup of warm tea, letting the warmth seep into his hands. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in streaks of gold and rose and lavender, the colours melting slowly into each other. He sipped quietly, allowing the taste and heat to settle into his body, a reminder that comfort and wonder could coexist. He thought of the watch, the sketches, the note, and felt a gentle connection to something larger than himself, something vast but tender, like the quiet heartbeat of the universe. And when night returned, settling over the house like a familiar blanket, Morty climbed into bed with a soft sigh. He felt the weight of the day, the gentle expansion of his own awareness, and the slow, tender pulse of gratitude. Sleep approached, carrying him on soft currents of stars and shadows, carrying him through the lessons of small wonders and quiet courage. Somewhere, deep in the universe, moments he had touched lingered gently, like echoes of a melody only he could hear. He closed his eyes and whispered to himself, as much for the universe as for his own heart, "Thank you for noticing me. Thank you for allowing me to notice you." And in that whisper, the night deepened around him, folding him into its calm, stretching him gently across time, letting him float between the known and the unknown, safe in the quiet embrace of the world. And, with that, Morty drifted into sleep, carrying with him the warmth of attention, the gentle wisdom of small gestures, and the soft, enduring glow of discovery, ready to awaken to a world that was always patient, always beautiful, always waiting for him to notice. The morning arrived slowly, soft as a sigh, stretching across the house in warm, golden beams. Morty sat at the edge of his bed, letting the light pool across his fingers and wrists. Outside, the garden shimmered with dew, each droplet catching the early sun like a tiny lantern guiding him forward. He lingered for a moment longer, feeling the weight of quiet anticipation settle in his chest. The world was patient, and so was he. There was no rush, no urgent call to adventure, only the gentle pull of curiosity and the subtle wonder that comes from noticing small, ordinary miracles. He dressed slowly, the movement of his hands brushing over familiar fabrics, grounding him in the present. Today, he decided, he would explore the woods behind the house, a place that had always felt slightly beyond reach, a corridor of light and shadow where time seemed to behave differently. The path was narrow and winding, lined with mossy stones, and the occasional wildflower bending under the weight of soft morning light. Morty breathed in deeply, savouring the smell of damp earth and leaves, the faint sweetness of distant blooms, and the subtle freshness that comes when the world has just begun to awaken. As he walked, he remembered the lessons from the attic, the letters and the sketches, carrying them in his mind like small talismans. There was a quiet courage in noticing, he realized, a patience that required no applause, no recognition, only the willingness to see what had always been there. Each step became deliberate, each sound deliberate, each breath a meditation. Birds called to one another from high branches, the wind rustled the canopy with gentle insistence, and the forest seemed to lean closer, curious about this small observer moving among its ancient trees. Morty reached a clearing where the sun poured through the branches in scattered shafts of gold. He paused, letting the light wash over him, tracing patterns across the forest floor that shifted like the pages of a book being turned by an invisible hand. The clearing felt timeless, a place suspended between what had been and what might be, where even small movements echoed softly. Morty crouched to watch a line of ants carrying crumbs back to their colony. He marveled at their persistence, their quiet teamwork, and the way even the smallest creatures left ripples in the fabric of the world. A faint rustling drew his attention, and he noticed a small, injured bird nestled among the roots of an old oak. Its wing was bent at an awkward angle, and its eyes reflected fear and uncertainty. Morty approached slowly, careful not to startle it, and murmured soft words that he didn't expect the bird to understand, but the sound felt necessary, a bridge between him and the creature. He gently scooped the bird into his hands, feeling its fragile weight, and decided to carry it back home where he could care for it. In that small act, Morty felt the profound quiet of connection, the gentle heroism, of empathy and attention that required nothing more than his willingness to notice and respond. As he walked back through the forest, Morty imagined the bird healed and flying freely, imagining it carrying a small piece of his care into the world. There was no rush, no dramatic revelation, only the soft satisfaction that comes from kindness, and he let that warmth settle in his chest. He remembered Rick's words from long ago, half forgotten, but now vivid. The smallest acts echo longest, Morty, even when no one's watching. Morty felt their truth resonate in every fiber of his being. Not every story needed grandeur. Some stories were simply the gentle imprint of care on a world that too often moved without noticing. By the time he reached the house, the sun had climbed higher, painting the walls with amber light. Morty set the bird in a small basket lined with soft cloth, watching it huddle safely, and felt a subtle pride, not in achievement, but in attentiveness. There was satisfaction in this kind of care, a deep, lingering peace that came from being present. He cleaned the garden path behind him, rearranging small stones and sweeping fallen leaves, letting his movements become meditative, a practice of noticing the subtle rhythms of the world. Inside the house, Morty prepared a small meal for himself, savoring the ritual of cooking as much as the food itself. Each slice, each stir, each breath of warm aroma carried with it a focus that was almost sacred. He thought of the sketches and letters from the attic, of the watch ticking silently in his bag, of the wisdom that seemed to accumulate in quiet, unobserved moments. He realized that this attentiveness, this careful noticing, was shaping him in ways he hadn't yet fully understood. The world, he saw, responded not to force, but to presence, to care, to the quiet insistence of awareness. Later, he sat by the window with his meal, watching clouds drift lazily across the sky. They shifted in patterns that seemed random, yet comforting, like the soft sway of memory itself. Morty thought of the times he had felt lost or out of step with the chaos of existence, and he felt a gentle compassion for himself. He understood, now more than ever, that growth did not come from grand gestures or heroic feats, but from patience, from quiet attention, and from the willingness to engage with life's small details as if they were treasures. He recalled a memory
of Summer laughing in the kitchen, the sunlight catching in her hair, the sound lingering like a gentle chord in his mind.
Morty smiled softly, understanding that love did not always arrive as a dramatic announcement, but as small gestures, careful attentions, and subtle, repeated kindnesses. He felt a warmth in his chest, a steady, quiet glow, as if the universe itself had tucked him under its wings. He allowed himself to dwell in that warmth, letting it expand through him, carrying him across hours and memories alike. As evening drew near, Morty stepped outside again, this time to watch the stars awaken in the sky. The first points of light appeared, shy and tentative, and then multiplied, each one soft and patient, like distant lanterns guiding him through the night. He felt the slow stretch of time around him, a gentle reminder that everything had its own rhythm, its own pace, its own quiet persistence. He imagined himself drifting among those stars, moving slowly, deliberately, and he felt a deep connection to every moment he had noticed, every small act of care he had performed, every shadow he had observed with attention and empathy. He thought of the injured bird, now safe and warm, and smiled at the thought of its tiny heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the world. Morty understood that he was part of this rhythm too, a small, steady pulse among countless others, each unnoticed, each significant in its own quiet way. He breathed deeply, feeling the pull of night, the gentle tug of consciousness towards sleep, and allowed himself to sink into it. The stars above twinkled as if acknowledging him, the wind carried faint whispers through the trees, and the universe itself seemed to exhale around him, patient and tender. Back inside, Morty climbed into bed, carrying the quiet weight of the day with him. He closed his eyes and let himself drift, remembering the attic, the sketches, the letters, the watch, and the soft, persistent wisdom that had begun to accumulate in him. He felt the warmth of his own presence, the gentle pull of care, the steady expansion of understanding, and allowed sleep to take him in its soft arms. The world around him hummed gently, shadows and starlight folding into him, holding him safe and noticed. And as he drifted deeper, Morty whispered to himself, softly, as if speaking to the universe itself, "Thank you for letting me see. Thank you for letting me feel. Thank you for letting me care." The night leaned closer, the air shimmered faintly with possibilities, and the world exhaled, carrying him across the slow, deliberate rhythm of existence. Somewhere the stars pulsed in gentle agreement, the wind hummed a lullaby, and the quiet, persistent heartbeat of the universe carried him toward the dreamless, comforting space of rest. And with that, Morty drifted into sleep, holding in his heart the gentle knowledge that the smallest attentions, the quietest gestures, and the softest observations were as vast and enduring as the cosmos itself, waiting for him to notice again tomorrow, and the day after that, and all the days that followed. The morning air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and distant flowers. Morty lingered at the window, watching the garden sway in slow rhythm, the leaves brushing softly against one another as if sharing secrets only they could understand. Light filtered through the branches, scattering across the floor in irregular patterns that shifted gently as the sun moved. Morty let his eyes follow the motion, tracing the shapes like tiny rivers of gold, feeling the calm seep into his chest. The world was patient, and he could be patient too. He dressed quietly, careful not to disturb the soft hum of the morning. Today, he decided, he would take a slow walk through the neighborhood, noticing things he usually passed by too quickly. The way the cracks in the sidewalk held small patches of moss, the faint chirping of crickets despite the morning, the way the wind caught a loose strand of his hair and held it for a brief moment before letting it go. Every detail was a small miracle, he realized, waiting to be acknowledged, and Morty carried that thought like a warm stone in his pocket. On the path, he noticed a small sandwich lying forgotten on a bench. It seemed ordinary at first, the kind someone might have dropped without thought, but something about it caught his attention. He knelt, brushing the edge of the wrapper with care, and felt a curious sense of connection. Someone had made this, he thought, and someone had probably meant to eat it. He imagined the hands that had crafted it, the warmth that might have lingered in the bread, the intent behind the simple act. Morty smiled faintly, realizing that even a forgotten sandwich could hold stories if one took the time to notice. He picked it up and walked a few steps to a nearby park, where the grass was soft underfoot, and the trees leaned gently toward the paths. There he set the sandwich on a small stone, a quiet offering not to anyone in particular, but to the world itself. It felt like a small ritual, a recognition that everything, even a piece of bread, had meaning when approached with care. Morty paused, watching the sunlight filter through the branches, noticing the tiny motes of dust that caught in its rays. He felt the soft pulse of the world around him, each motion gentle, deliberate, unnoticed by most, but profoundly present for those willing to see. A child ran past, laughing, her hair trailing behind her like a ribbon in the wind. Morty observed her for a moment, the joy in her small, fluid movements, the unguarded freedom of her laughter. It reminded him of times he had been careless, running through corridors of dimensions, caught up in chaos without noticing the soft rhythm of life beneath it. He understood now that noticing, truly noticing, required patience, and that patience allowed for a kind of quiet heroism. One could change the world not with grand gestures, but with attention, empathy, and gentle care. Morty wandered deeper into the park, finding a bench beneath a tall oak tree. He sat and closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the world around him, the wind weaving through the leaves, the distant hum of cars far away, the faint call of birds exchanging greetings. Each sound was a thread in the tapestry of the day, each motion a brushstroke of quiet life. Morty felt his own heartbeat align with this rhythm, slow and steady, carrying the awareness that he was part of something larger, even in the smallest, most seemingly insignificant acts of attention. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a small, scruffy dog wandering along the path, its movements hesitant, almost shy. Morty smiled softly and extended a hand, letting the dog approach at its own pace. The dog sniffed carefully, and then, finding comfort in Morty's presence, nuzzled against him. Morty laughed quietly, a sound soft enough to be mistaken for wind through the leaves. He realized that the simplest forms of connection, touch, presence, acknowledgement, were as meaningful as any grand gesture he might have imagined in his more adventurous dreams. The dog followed him for a while, trotting along beside his feet as Morty continued his slow journey. They moved together, not speaking, not commanding, simply existing in parallel attention to the world. Morty found a quiet joy in the companionship, feeling that even without words a bond could grow, subtle and patient, nourished by mutual presence. He wondered if this was how the universe communicated sometimes, through the quiet, soft acknowledgement of existence, through the gentle ways creatures and people interacted without the urgency to impress or perform. Later, Morty paused by a small pond, its surface rippling lightly as a breeze skimmed across it. He watched the reflections of trees, clouds, and light shimmer together in patterns that felt alive, ever-shifting, yet reassuringly persistent. A small frog leapt from one lily pad to another, moving with deliberate care, and Morty felt a connection to its measured rhythm. He recognized that life's smallest movements often carried their own poetry, unnoticed by most, but radiant for those who could see. Each ripple, each gesture was a soft echo of the quiet, persistent heartbeat of the world. He took a seat at the edge of the pond and unpacked a small notebook he had brought, sketching what he saw, the frog, the trees, the faint reflection of himself in the water. The act of noticing, recording, and attending to the details was meditative, a slow dance of awareness. Morty understood that these small acts were as important as any adventure through dimensions or encounters with strange phenomena. They were the quiet heroism of everyday life, the patience of presence, the gentle insistence that noticing mattered more than rushing. As the sun began to dip, Painting the sky in muted shades of rose and amber, Morty felt the day fold softly around him. The sandwich remained on the stone, the dog curled at his feet, and the pond reflected the gentle collapse of light into evening. He let the warmth of these small connections settle in his chest, understanding that they were part of a larger rhythm that he could tap into whenever he wished. Every act of attention, every moment of quiet empathy was a stitch in the fabric of existence, and he could feel their soft resonance stretching outward, touching the world in ways he might never fully see. Morty rose slowly, feeling the softness of the grass underfoot, the subtle tug of the cooling evening against his skin. He began walking home, carrying the gentle awareness of the day with him, imagining the small ripples he had created in the pond, in the grass, in the lives of the unseen passers-by. There was no urgency, no expectation, only the quiet satisfaction that comes from acting with care, noticing the world, and moving gently through it. By the time he reached the house, twilight had softened the edges of everything, painting walls and rooftops in shades of deep violet and rose. Morty let himself linger at the doorstep, breathing in the scent of evening air, feeling the gentle pull of the stars awakening above. He thought of the attic, of the sketches, the letters, the watch, the sandwich, and the dog. Small acts, small attentions, each one carrying quiet significance. He smiled softly, a warmth rising in his chest, knowing that the day's quiet gestures were enough. They had been enough to leave a mark, however invisible, in the soft, persistent rhythm of life. Later, as he lay in bed, Morty reflected on the day. The sandwich had been shared with the world, even if no one knew. The dog had found companionship, however brief. The pond had reflected his presence, quietly acknowledging his careful attention. These small moments, he realized, were the subtle victories that mattered most, the gentle imprints on the universe that no one measured, but that none the less endured. He felt gratitude for the patience of the world, for its soft insistence that noticing and caring were enough. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, brushing over him with slow persistence. Morty let himself drift, carrying in his mind the warmth of the day's quiet heroism, the gentle connections he had nurtured, and the soft awareness of the persistent rhythm of life. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the trees, beyond the stars, the universe hummed along with him, patient and tender, holding him in its soft embrace. He whispered quietly to himself, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, Morty drifted into sleep, the day folding behind him like a gentle memory, the night carrying him across its slow, deliberate currents, reminding him that the smallest gestures, the quietest attentions, and the softest acts of care were as vast and enduring as the universe itself, waiting patiently to be discovered again tomorrow. The morning arrived with a gentle hush, the sky a soft gradient of pale gold and quiet lavender. Morty sat on the edge of his bed, tracing the texture of the blanket beneath his fingers, feeling its weight anchor him to the present. Outside, a slow breeze stirred the trees, their branches swaying as if they were keeping time with a song only they could hear. Morty listened to the rhythm, feeling it echo faintly in his chest, a subtle pulse that seemed to whisper, "Everything unfolds as it should if only you pay attention." He rose slowly, stretching his arms in a way that made his shoulders and spine sigh in relief. The world was patient, he reminded himself, and he could take the same patience into his own movements. Today, he decided, he would walk to the little stream beyond the hill, a place where water moved over rocks with such quiet insistence that it seemed to carry the wisdom of centuries. The path wound through tall grass and scattered wildflowers, each step gentle, deliberate, a meditation in motion. Morty let his awareness settle on the textures beneath his feet, the cool soil, the soft moss, the occasional pebble, and felt a calm spread through his chest. By the time he reached the stream, sunlight had climbed high enough to cast glittering reflections across the water. Morty knelt by the edge, letting the gentle murmur of the current wash over him. The water held a kind of quiet magic, its movement endless yet contained, familiar yet always changing. He dipped his fingers into the cool flow, tracing the patterns. It made feeling a connection to something larger than himself, something patient and persistent. The stream seemed to answer his presence with a soft, constant rhythm, a reminder that even small attentions could carry weight across time. Morty noticed a few fallen leaves floating along the surface, turning and spinning as they moved downstream. He imagined the journey each one had taken, from tree to air to water, and felt a subtle kinship with their passage. There was a grace in their motion, a quiet story unfolding without urgency or audience. Morty realized that his own life was made of moments like this, small and deliberate, each one tracing a path that would eventually ripple outward, touching other lives in ways he might never fully see. He settled on a large rock by the bank and let himself breathe deeply, listening to the subtle chorus around him, the babble of water over stones, the wind brushing through reeds, the faint hum of insects beginning their day. Each sound was a note in a quiet symphony, and Morty felt attuned to its rhythm, his heartbeat aligning softly with the pulse of the stream. There was a patient elegance to it, a kind of gentle insistence that everything had its place, that every detail mattered when approached with care. A movement in the reeds caught his eye. A small turtle was making its slow, careful way toward the water. Morty watched, fascinated as it paused, lifted its head, and considered its path before continuing with deliberate determination. He marveled at the quiet courage in such a simple act, the way persistence could be expressed without noise or demand. Morty realized, in a slow unfolding, that courage and attention were intertwined. To notice, to care, to act gently, these were forms of quiet heroism. He smiled softly, remembering the attic and the sketches he had found there, the letters tied with faded ribbon, and the little watch that ticked without sound. Each discovery had taught him that life was filled with quiet magic, waiting for someone patient enough to see it. Today, the stream, the turtle, the sunlight on the water, all of it carried that same lesson. Morty felt a subtle thrill of recognition, a warmth in his chest, knowing that even the smallest attentions could hold profound meaning. He let his gaze drift upward, noticing the sky stretching wide above, pale and soft, dotted with a few lingering wisps of cloud. He imagined himself as one of those drifting clouds, carried by currents invisible yet certain, moving at the pace the world allowed. There was a freedom in this thought, a sense of being part of a larger flow, yet entirely free to inhabit his
own small, careful attention. Morty breathed in, feeling the rhythm of the day settle into him, and exhaled slowly, letting the calm extend through every muscle and nerve.
From the corner of his vision, a dragonfly skimmed across the water, its iridescent wings catching the light in flashes of green and blue. Morty followed it silently, noticing the delicate balance of its flight, the way it adjusted with imperceptible precision to currents and wind. There was a quiet poetry in such motions, he thought, a reflection of the careful, attentive presence he was cultivating in himself. The world moved with this kind of patience and grace all around him, It only required slowing down to perceive it. Morty reached into his backpack and pulled out the little sketchbook he always carried. He drew slowly, deliberately tracing the flow of the stream, the turtle, the glint of sunlight on the water. Each line was an act of attention, each stroke a meditation. He realized that observing, recording, and reflecting were all extensions of the same gentle skill, noticing. Life unfolded in subtle movements, small gestures, and soft interactions, and by dedicating time and awareness to them, he was cultivating a quiet depth that no rush or noise could provide. He paused in his drawing to watch the turtle slip fully into the stream, its small head disappearing beneath the surface with a ripple that carried outward, soft and deliberate. Morty marveled at the simplicity of such a moment and how it mirrored his own growth. He had learned, slowly, that heroism need not be loud, that courage could be quiet, and that love and care could exist in the small, unremarked gestures of
presence.
His heartbeat aligned with the soft pulse of the water, and he felt, for the first time fully, the gentle connection between himself and the vast, patient rhythm of the world. Time passed almost imperceptibly as he sat by the stream, letting the water's hum and the wind's soft murmur fill the spaces between his thoughts. He reflected on the little bird he had cared for, the scruffy dog that had followed him, the sandwich he had placed as an offering, and the small sketches and letters
from the attic.
All of these moments formed a subtle constellation in his mind, each one a reminder that life's most meaningful experiences often arrived quietly, waiting to be noticed, honored, and reflected upon. Eventually he rose, brushing off his hands, and letting the sun warm his face. Morty felt a gentle pride, not in accomplishment, but in awareness, in patience, and in the quiet courage of simply being present. He walked back home slowly, tracing each step carefully, letting the sensations of the path, the texture of grass, the scent of the stream, the warmth of sunlight, linger in his memory. He understood that each moment, however small, was a seed, and that by noticing, he had allowed these seeds to take root in the quiet soil of his awareness. By the time he reached the house, twilight was settling, soft and muted, painting the walls in shades of rose and lavender. Morty lingered on the doorstep, letting the world exhale around him. He thought of the day's subtle adventures, the quiet lessons, the gentle courage of small creatures, and his own small attentions. He felt a deep, patient gratitude settle in his chest, a recognition that the slow, deliberate practice of noticing, caring, and being present was itself a form of legacy, one that could ripple outward far beyond what he could see. Later, as night descended and stars began to awaken in the sky, Morty climbed into bed, carrying the calm rhythm of the day into his dreams. He thought of the stream, the turtle, the dragonfly, and the soft, persistent pulse of water and wind. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, brushing over him with warmth and quiet assurance. He whispered softly, as if speaking to the universe itself, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, Morty drifted into sleep, wrapped in the patient embrace of the world, carrying the gentle knowledge that the smallest attentions, quietest acts, and softest observations were enough to leave lasting ripples in the universe. The day began quietly, with sunlight seeping through the curtains in slow golden threads that seemed to stretch across the room, brushing everything with a gentle warmth. Morty sat on the edge of his bed for a long moment, feeling the soft hum of morning through the floorboards beneath his feet. Outside, the air carried the subtle, scent of grass and earth mingled with the faint aroma of flowers just waking to the sun. He inhaled deeply, letting the calm seep into his chest, and for the first time in a while allowed himself to linger in the present without thinking about what came next. After a slow stretch and a moment of listening to the rhythm of the house, the faint creaks, the soft whistle of wind through the window frames, Morty decided to visit the hill beyond the old oak. He remembered it from childhood walks with Summer, when the world had felt vast and mysterious, yet comforting, and he wanted to see it now through the lens of quiet awareness rather than adventure. He dressed slowly, savoring each movement, feeling the soft fabric of his shirt and the coolness of the floor under his feet. The world was patient, and he was patient too. The path to the hill was familiar, but transformed in the morning light. Shadows from the trees leaned softly across the dirt trail, and the grass along the edges swayed gently in a rhythm he felt more than heard. Morty walked slowly, letting each step be deliberate, noticing the subtle patterns in the environment, the way the wind bent the wildflowers, the curve of a vine climbing a fence post, the faint glimmer of dew along a stone. Each small detail seemed to whisper stories of its own, waiting for someone patient enough to see. He smiled quietly, feeling a deepening sense of connection to the world that often went unnoticed. As he climbed the hill, Morty noticed a small fox sitting just beyond a cluster of ferns. It didn't move immediately, only watched him with alert eyes, quiet and curious. Morty slowed even further, feeling the pulse of patience between them. The fox tilted its head slightly as if inviting him to sit, and Morty obeyed instinctively, settling down a few paces away. He remained still, breathing in sync with the soft movement of the wind through the leaves, feeling the fox's gaze upon him as a gentle acknowledgement of shared presence. There was no rush, no expectation, only a quiet companionship that needed no words. Time stretched around him, slow and malleable. The fox shifted slightly, then rose, moving gracefully toward the edge of the clearing. Morty followed with his eyes, tracing the line of its movement against the backdrop of tall grass and morning light. He thought of the attic, the sketches, the letters, and the little watch he had discovered there. All of them had taught him that noticing, truly noticing, was an act of presence, a kind of quiet magic that could change the way one experienced life. Today, the fox became a living echo of that lesson, gentle and precise, moving with the world rather than against it. Morty let his attention drift to the sky above, painted in soft gradients of blue and gold, wisps of cloud catching the light in delicate patterns. He felt the rhythm of the wind brushing against him, the subtle warmth of the sun, and the slow, deliberate movement of the fox in the distance. Everything seemed to exist in a gentle equilibrium, a soft balance between movement and stillness, observation and action. Morty felt his heartbeat settle into that rhythm, a quiet alignment that made him feel both expansive and rooted at the same time. He noticed a fallen leaf drifting along the path, spinning slowly as it was carried by the higher breeze. Morty watched it for a long moment, marveling at the way it navigated the air currents, surrendering to them without resistance. There was a lesson in that motion, he realized. Life did not need to be forced or controlled. Sometimes the most profound courage came from patience, from observing, and from moving with the world rather than trying to master it. Morty felt the soft pulse of understanding spread through his chest, warm and steady, anchoring him in the present moment. From the corner of the clearing, he saw a small, abandoned notebook partially buried under the roots of a tree. Morty walked toward it, brushing away dirt and leaves, and discovered sketches and brief notes that seemed to have been left by someone who had once wandered this same hill with quiet attention. The pages were simple, delicate, filled with sketches of trees, clouds, and creatures moving through the landscape. Morty traced the lines with his fingers, feeling the echo of someone else's noticing, and realized that attention could stretch across time, connecting strangers through the simple act of care. He opened one page to find a short note, the handwriting, careful and deliberate. The smallest gestures hold the largest weight when no one is watching. Morty smiled softly, recognizing the truth in the words. He folded the notebook carefully, tucking it into his backpack alongside the sketches and letters from the attic. The weight of these small, patient discoveries felt grounding, as if he was carrying the quiet legacy of those who had learned to notice before him. He stood for a long moment, letting the wind brush against him, the fox watching from a distance, the sunlight tracing patterns across the hill, and felt a gentle reverence for the ordinary miracles all around him. As the day progressed, Morty wandered through the hilltop, letting his eyes and heart roam freely. A cluster of butterflies hovered above a patch of flowers, their delicate wings catching sunlight in flashes of color. A pair of birds performed an unhurried dance through the branches of a nearby tree. Morty followed these small movements with a soft smile, realizing that the universe did not always need grand gestures to astonish. It often whispered its wonder in fleeting, subtle moments, and those who listened closely could hear it clearly. By mid-afternoon, the fox had disappeared, leaving Morty alone with the quiet pulse of the hill and the gentle rhythm of his own breath. He sat beneath an oak, feeling the rough bark against his back, letting the warmth of the sun settle into his shoulders. He thought of all the small attentions he had given and received, the attic, the stream, the turtle, the bird, the sandwich, the dog, and now the fox, and understood that each had left a subtle imprint on his understanding of life. Courage, patience, empathy, and awareness were not abstract virtues. They were cultivated in these quiet, repeated acts of noticing. The sky shifted slowly toward evening, pale gold giving way to soft shades of rose and lavender. Morty began to descend the hill, each step deliberate, savoring the textures beneath his feet, the cooling warmth of the air, the gentle rustle of leaves around him. He thought of the day's discoveries, of the quiet connections he had nurtured, and felt a steady warmth in his chest. Even small gestures, he realized, could ripple outward into a world much larger than himself, creating echoes that persisted quietly, invisibly, but meaningfully. By the time he reached home, twilight had softened the edges of the world, folding everything into muted colors. Morty lingered on the doorstep, breathing deeply, feeling a calm satisfaction that came not from accomplishment, but from attentive presence. He reflected on the day's lessons, the courage of the fox, the patience of drifting leaves, the wisdom in small gestures, and the gentle heroism of noticing. He understood that life's quiet magic was always accessible, always waiting for those who moved with awareness rather than urgency. Later, as night settled and stars began to shimmer in the sky, Morty climbed into bed, carrying the calm rhythm of the hilltop with him. The wind whispered softly against the window pane, the faint pulse of the universe echoed in his chest, and sleep approached like a gentle tide, brushing over him with slow persistence. Morty whispered quietly, as if speaking to the world itself. "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, Morty drifted into sleep, wrapped in the gentle, persistent embrace of the universe, carrying the quiet knowledge that the smallest attentions, softest acts, and gentlest observations were enough to leave lasting ripples in the world, waiting patiently for him to discover them again tomorrow. The morning was delicate, almost hesitant, as if the sun itself was stepping lightly across the sky. Morty lingered at the window for a long while, watching the golden light spread slowly across the garden. Each leaf seemed to shimmer with quiet awareness, each flower nodding softly in greeting. He felt a calm rising in his chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with the sun and everything to do with the patient, persistent rhythm of life around him. The world was unfolding, and he was part of its soft, deliberate motion. Morty dressed slowly, savoring each motion, the brushing of his hair, the gentle tug of his shirt over his shoulders, the sensation of the floor beneath his feet. Today, he thought, he would visit the old library tucked between the hills, a place he had passed countless times but never truly explored. There was no hurry, no sense of urgency, only a gentle pull of curiosity, the kind that asked to be followed. With care and attention, he stepped outside, letting the soft breeze wash over him, carrying the faint scent of earth and flowers, the faint whisper of hidden stories waiting to be discovered. The path to the library wound through streets he had known all his life, but Morty noticed things he had never really seen before. A cracked doorstep with tiny mosses thriving in its gaps, a patch of sunlight catching a piece of discarded ribbon, a faint hum of bees in the hedges. Each detail felt like a message, a secret, of patience and persistence hidden in plain sight. Morty inhaled deeply, feeling the rhythm of the morning sync with the quiet pulse of his heartbeat. There was comfort in noticing, he realized, and courage in simply allowing himself to be present. By the time he reached the library, the afternoon light had begun to spill through the tall windows, painting the room with a golden haze. Dust motes floated lazily in the beams, each one catching the light like a tiny, suspended lantern. Morty stepped inside, the floorboards creaking softly beneath his feet, and felt a quiet sense of reverence settle over him. There were rows of books, shelves stretching higher than his eyes could follow, filled with voices from other times. Other places, quiet companions waiting for someone patient enough to notice them. He wandered slowly, letting his fingers graze the spines of the books, feeling the subtle texture of the bindings, the faint aroma of paper and ink that spoke of stories carried forward through decades. Some books were well worn, their covers soft with repeated touch, while others stood firm, untouched, yet patient, waiting. Morty understood that these were not just objects, but silent witnesses, carrying the weight of attention, care, and curiosity from those who had come before him. He breathed slowly, letting the quiet hum of the room settle into him like a soft melody. In a quiet corner, he found a low table with a stack of journals, their pages filled with handwriting that varied from careful to rushed, some lines nearly fading into the paper. Morty picked one up and began to read, the words unfolding slowly like a river meandering through memory. The writer described a small act of kindness, a brief encounter with a stranger, a quiet observation that had made the day feel meaningful. Morty felt a gentle thrill, recognizing the resonance between those small attentions and the rhythm he had been cultivating in his own life. He lingered over the journal, tracing the curves of the letters with his eyes, imagining the hand that had made them. Each word carried care, each sentence a soft echo of patience. Morty understood that attention, like water, could shape the world gently over time, leaving impressions that might never be seen, but would nonetheless exist. He felt a warmth in his chest, the quiet satisfaction of discovering that he was not alone in noticing, in caring, in observing the world's subtle miracles. A sudden flutter caught his attention, A small bird had found its way inside, perching on the windowsill and tilting its head curiously. Morty smiled softly, letting it watch him for a moment before it fluttered back into the sun. There was something quietly heroic in that, he thought. Simply existing, simply noticing, simply being aware. He felt a subtle connection to the bird, a reminder that empathy could be extended to all forms of life, and that care required no words, no recognition, only presence and attention. Morty returned to the shelves, letting his fingers drift over the spines almost absent-mindedly, and selected a thin volume that seemed to hum with quiet resonance. He opened it carefully, reading passages about the small wonders of daily life, the way sunlight catches dust in a room, the slow dance of shadows across walls, the delicate interweaving of wind and leaf. The words felt like whispers, each one teaching him patience, empathy, and attentiveness. Morty realized that the library was a kind of sanctuary, a place where the world itself had been captured in moments of gentle awareness. He settled at a window seat, opening his notebook to sketch what he saw, the sunbeams drifting across the floor, the way the books leaned gently against one another, the bird perched in the light. Each stroke of the pencil was deliberate, a meditation on observation, a tribute to the quietness that gave life meaning. Morty thought of the attic, the hill, the stream, the fox, the turtle, the sandwich and the dog, and realized that each day was a tapestry woven from soft attention, gentle curiosity, and patient presence. Time passed almost imperceptibly. The sun began its slow descent, and shadows stretched long across the library floor. Morty closed the notebook, feeling a deep sense of calm, a soft satisfaction that came not from accomplishment, but from mindful engagement with the world. He stood and wandered toward the exit, glancing back at the shelves, the journals, the quiet light, and the small, humming presence of the bird. He carried with him the subtle understanding that life's beauty was often quiet, patient, and persistent, existing for those willing to notice. Outside, the evening air was soft, brushing against his skin with a gentle insistence. Morty walked home slowly, savoring the textures of the path, the colors of the sky, the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. He imagined the soft echoes of his attention following him, small ripples extending outward from each moment of care, each act of quiet observation, each gentle thought. The day had been simple, yet profoundly meaningful, filled with reminders that heroism, courage, and love could exist in small, quiet forms. By the time he reached his front door, twilight had settled, soft and muted, painting the house in pale violet and rose. Morty paused on the doorstep, inhaling deeply, feeling the warmth of gratitude spread through his chest. He reflected on the day's lessons, the patient presence of the library, the quiet heroism of the bird, the gentle resonance of books and journals, the subtle importance of observation. These were the threads of his ongoing tapestry, each one contributing to a quiet, enduring rhythm that stretched far beyond himself. Later, as he climbed into bed, Morty felt the calm from the day settle fully in him. The wind whispered against the window pane, carrying the faint scent of the garden and the hills beyond. Stars began to awaken in the sky, each one gentle, patient, a tiny lantern of attention and wonder. Morty allowed himself to drift into sleep, with the soft knowledge that noticing, caring, and being present were enough to leave lasting echoes in the world. He whispered to the night, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, Morty drifted into sleep, carried by the gentle, patient rhythm of the universe, knowing that the quietest attentions, softest gestures, and smallest acts of care were more than enough to leave enduring impressions, ripples that would continue quietly, patiently, and beautifully into the next day. The morning unfolded softly, with sunlight spilling over the rooftops, in muted gold as though the world itself was exhaling slowly, inviting him to notice. Morty sat by the window, watching the light play on the leaves outside, tracing patterns that shifted and shimmered as if alive. He felt a gentle calm settle over him, a sense of being cradled by the day. The world moved at its own rhythm, and he could move within it without hurry, without expectation. Today was for quiet exploration, the kind that left its mark not in stories shouted aloud, but in subtle, lasting impressions. He rose slowly, savoring the soft stretch of his body, the familiar weight of the blanket falling away, and the gentle warmth of sunlight brushing against his arms. Outside, the air was filled with the faint scent of early blooms, the soft tang of earth, and the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. Morty walked to the edge of the garden, listening to the subtle symphony of morning, a bird calling, to another a leaf brushing against a branch, a faint hum of life that seemed to pulse softly in the background. Each sound was small, unnoticed by most, yet full of quiet significance for those who paused to listen. He decided to wander toward the old park on the far edge of the neighborhood, a place where he had spent afternoons as a child, tracing clouds and listening to summer laugh as they invented imaginary worlds. The path was lined with moss-covered stones, and small flowers peeked through the cracks. Morty noticed the details as he walked, the curve of a stone worn smooth by years of footsteps, the way the morning light pooled in shallow dips in the path, the gentle sway of grass as the breeze brushed it. Each small thing was a story, a pulse, of life waiting to be observed, and Morty let himself be fully present to it. At the park, he paused by the fountain, watching the water ripple in lazy, concentric circles. There was a subtle poetry in the motion, a reminder that life's most profound rhythms often existed in quiet, repeated gestures. Morty knelt by the edge, letting his fingers skim the surface, feeling the coolness of the water and the gentle tug of its movement. He remembered the turtle at the stream, the fox on the hill, the bird in the library, and realized that these encounters shared a common thread. They had all whispered the same lesson, one he was beginning to understand more fully. Patience, attentiveness, and presence were themselves acts of courage and care. A soft rustle drew his gaze to the park's edge, where a small girl was crouched near the bushes, examining a patch of wildflowers. She looked up briefly, her eyes meeting his, and Morty smiled gently. She returned the gesture, shy but unguarded, before returning to her observations. Morty understood that curiosity, like care, could exist in silent forms, and that sometimes simply witnessing another being engage with the world was a quiet form of connection. He crouched nearby, giving her space, letting the shared presence be enough without words. Time seemed to stretch, slow and deliberate, as Morty observed her delicate attentions, the way she traced petals with her fingertips, the careful way she shifted a leaf to see the light through it, the soft hum of thought that seemed to accompany her movements. He marveled at the courage required to engage with the world so tenderly, to approach life with such openness. There was a resonance in her care that reflected back to him, and he felt a gentle warmth rise in his chest, a quiet acknowledgement that connection need not be loud or demanding. It could exist in the subtle dance of shared attentiveness. Eventually he rose and wandered to the fountain again, letting the sound of moving water fill the spaces between his thoughts. He pulled out his sketchbook and began tracing the ripples and reflections, capturing not only what he saw, but the feeling of quiet reverence that accompanied observation. Each stroke of pencil became a meditation, a deliberate act of noticing and honoring the world. Morty thought of all the small attentions he had practiced over the past days: the bird, the turtle, the fox, the sandwich, the journals, and realized that each had prepared him for these quiet, shared moments of understanding and care. A soft wind stirred, carrying the faint scent of the girl's flowers and the distant hum of the neighborhood. Morty looked up, and for a fleeting moment their eyes met again. He felt a subtle recognition, a bond formed in silence, a connection that required no words or explanation. It was the kind of link that lingered, gentle and persistent, a quiet echo of shared attentiveness. Morty understood that relationships, like the world around him, were built in these subtle, unnoticed gestures, and that love could exist in the softest of interactions, without fanfare or announcement. He wandered deeper into the park, following a winding path that led him to a grove of tall oaks. Light filtered through the leaves, casting irregular patterns on the ground, and Morty paused to trace the shifting shadows with his eyes. There was a deliberate patience in the way the light moved, in the slow dance of branches, in the quiet balance of shade and sun. He felt his own heartbeat align with that rhythm, a gentle pulse that reminded him of all the times he had moved slowly, noticed carefully, and acted with intention. It was a calm heroism, subtle yet profound, and it filled him with a quiet sense of wonder. At the far edge of the grove, Morty discovered a small wooden bench, worn and smooth from years of use. He sat, letting the weight of his body sink into it, and closed his eyes for a long moment. The world around him hummed softly, the wind brushing leaves, the faint chirp of birds, the distant laughter of children. Morty felt the day's experiences settle gently into his mind and chest, weaving together into a quiet pattern of understanding. Each act of noticing, each gesture of care, each moment of gentle attention was a thread in the fabric of his growth, soft yet enduring. As the afternoon light began to soften, he opened his sketchbook again, drawing not just what he saw, but what he felt: the ripples of water, the sway of branches, the shy attention of the girl, the quiet rhythm of the grove. Morty realized that observation was not merely seeing, it was understanding, honoring, and holding space for life in its delicate forms. There was a profound patience in this act, a deliberate recognition that even small gestures could carry lasting weight. By the time he left the park, the sun was dipping low, casting long, gentle shadows across the paths. Morty walked home slowly, savoring the textures underfoot, the subtle sense of earth and leaves, the faint warmth still lingering in the air. He reflected on the quiet heroism he had witnessed and practiced, on the small bonds that had formed without words, on the way the world's rhythm had aligned with his own gentle attention. There was a deep satisfaction in knowing that he had moved through the day fully present, that he had noticed, cared, and allowed connection to happen softly and naturally. Later, as evening descended and stars began to emerge in the sky, Morty climbed into bed, letting the day's quiet echoes fold around him. The wind whispered against the windows, the faint hum of life outside blending with the pulse of his own breath. He reflected on the park, the girl, the grove, the fountain, the ripples and the shadows, recognizing that each moment had been a meditation on presence, attentiveness, and subtle courage. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, and Morty allowed himself to drift into it, carried by the rhythm of observation and care. He whispered softly, as if speaking to the universe itself, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, Morty drifted into sleep, wrapped in the quiet, patient embrace of the world, knowing that the smallest attentions, softest gestures, and gentlest acts of empathy were enough to leave lasting ripples waiting to be discovered again tomorrow. Morning arrived with the softest light brushing against the curtains like a careful hand. Morty lingered at the window for a long moment, feeling the quiet hum of the world settle around him. There was a delicate patience in the day, a slow unfolding that asked only for his presence, nothing more. Outside, the garden swayed in muted rhythm, leaves brushing gently against each other as if conversing in whispers. Morty let his gaze follow the motion, feeling a warm sense of calm settle into his chest. Today, he decided, would be for quiet exploration, observation, and listening, an immersion in the subtleties of life that too often went unnoticed. He dressed slowly, savoring the sensation of fabric against skin, the gentle tug of the shirt, over his shoulders, the coolness of the floor beneath his feet. Outside, the air carried a faint scent of earth and early blooms, mingled with the soft undertone of dew. Morty inhaled deeply, letting the calm wash through him, and stepped onto the familiar path toward the hillside beyond the neighborhood. The route was lined with small details he had rarely noticed before: tiny cracks in the sidewalk filled with moss, a ribbon caught in the branches of a bush, sunlight pooling in irregular shapes across the ground. Each small element felt alive, each one a subtle invitation to observe. By the time he reached the hill, the sun had climbed higher, casting golden warmth across the slopes. Morty paused, taking in the gentle sway of grass and the soft whisper of wind through the trees. He noticed the patterns of shadow and light, how each blade of grass seemed to bend just slightly, the small ripple of movement in the leaves, and he felt a quiet awe. Even the smallest gestures of nature seemed deliberate in their gentle persistence, and Morty felt the same quiet strength in himself. A rustling sound drew his attention to the base of an old oak. A squirrel, small and wary, emerged cautiously, pausing to consider its surroundings. Morty froze, letting the creature approach in its own time. It sniffed the ground near his foot, then scampered along a low branch before disappearing among the leaves. Morty smiled softly, aware that connection did not always require words, only patience and the gentle alignment of attention. The world, he realized, often offered companionship in quiet, fleeting moments, if one was willing to notice. He walked further along the hilltop, letting his eyes wander over familiar paths that felt subtly transformed by the morning light. A small stone, smooth and warm from the sun, caught his attention. He knelt beside it, noticing the fine lines etched across its surface, the tiny flecks of mineral glinting like distant stars. Morty felt the weight of presence in that moment, the understanding that life's significance was often embedded in details too small to demand attention, to notice, to linger, to feel. These were acts of quiet heroism, he realized, carrying more weight than noise or spectacle ever could. From the corner of his vision, he spotted a small child drawing in the dirt, tracing shapes with a stick and humming softly. Morty crouched nearby, allowing her to continue without interruption, watching her movements with gentle attention. There was a courage in her focus, a soft bravery in her curiosity, and Morty felt a warmth rising in his chest. Connection, he understood, was often found not in words or grand gestures, but in shared space and silent acknowledgement. To witness another being with empathy, without interference, was itself an act of care. Time seemed to slow, stretching each second into a deliberate meditation. Morty wandered to the edge of the hill, where the view opened to the distant neighborhood below, bathed in sunlight and soft shadows. He breathed deeply, letting the expansive sky and warm air fill his chest with calm. Each detail of the landscape, the curve of rooftops, the sway of distant trees, the faint glimmer of water reflecting sunlight, felt alive with subtle stories. Morty realized that observing was a form of participation, a quiet dialogue with the world, and he let the rhythm of attention wash over him. He found a low stone wall and sat, letting his legs dangle over the edge. From this perch, he could watch the slow movements of the day. A bird landing briefly on a roof, a cloud drifting across the sky, the soft ripple of wind over grass. Morty pulled out his sketchbook, drawing lines that traced the motion of the clouds, the sway of branches, the curve of rooftops. Each stroke was deliberate, a meditation on awareness and presence, capturing not just sight, but the quiet feeling of belonging within the world. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of flowers from the garden below, mingling with the warmth of sunlight on stone. Morty closed his eyes for a moment, letting the subtle harmony of sensations fill him. Wind, warmth, scent, sound, and the soft rhythm of his own heartbeat. He thought of all the small attentions he had cultivated: the bird in the library, the fox on the hill, the turtle in the stream, the sandwiches he had noticed and left behind. Each had been a ripple, small but persistent, and Morty understood that life's true significance often flowed quietly, invisibly, yet powerfully. From the edge of the wall he noticed a small path descending toward a cluster of trees that dappled, sunlight inviting him to follow. Morty stepped carefully, noticing the subtle changes in texture beneath his feet, the way grass gave way to soil, how stones were warmed by the sun, how the shade shifted with each step. There was a rhythm to movement when observed with care, a gentle awareness that transformed ordinary walking into a soft meditation. Morty felt a deep, steady joy in this realization, a patient understanding that life's wonder often existed in deliberate, mindful engagement. At the base of the hill, a small stream gurgled quietly, reflecting sunlight in tiny glints that danced across the water. Morty knelt and let his fingers brush the surface, feeling the cool current and the steady pulse of movement. He thought of the turtle and the dragonfly, creatures whose quiet persistence mirrored the rhythm he sought to embody. Each act of observation, each moment of awareness was a stitch in the subtle tapestry of life, and Morty felt gratitude for the lessons embedded in these small encounters. The sky began to soften toward evening, pale shades of rose and amber, blending gently into lavender. Morty lingered by the stream, watching leaves float downstream, their delicate motions an echo of patience and subtle strength. He sketched them in his notebook, careful to capture not just their shape, but the gentle motion, the slow unfolding of time around them. There was comfort in this, a reassurance that even the smallest gestures could have weight, that quiet attention could leave ripples across the world, imperceptible yet enduring. As twilight settled, Morty began his slow walk home, savoring the textures beneath his feet, the shifting light, and the faint chorus of life around him. Each step felt deliberate, a meditation on presence, observation, and care. He thought of the day's small miracles: the attentive child, the bird, the fox, the stone, the sunlight, the stream. Each had offered a quiet lesson in patience, empathy, and subtle courage, and Morty felt a deep warmth in his chest, a soft exhale of gratitude and understanding. Later, as stars began to appear and the night air cooled, Morty climbed into bed, carrying the rhythm of the day with him. He listened to the faint whispers of wind, the distant hum of life, and the pulse of his own heartbeat, letting all of it fold into a soft, deliberate calm. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, brushing over him with slow persistence, and Morty whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into sleep, held in the patient, gentle embrace of the universe, knowing that the quietest attentions, softest gestures, and smallest acts of empathy were enough to leave enduring ripples in the world, waiting to be discovered again tomorrow. The morning unfolded with a quiet, almost hesitant light, as if the world itself were exhaling slowly before beginning the day. Morty lingered by the window for several minutes, feeling the soft warmth of sunlight brush against his skin. Outside, the garden swayed gently, each leaf moving as if in its own secret rhythm, each flower turning slightly toward the light. Morty inhaled deeply, savoring the faint scent of earth and early blooms, and allowed himself to feel grounded in the moment. There was no urgency, only presence. Today, he decided, would be a day of attentive wandering, of noticing the delicate intricacies of the world around him. He dressed slowly, each movement deliberate, tugging his shirt over his shoulders, smoothing his hair, feeling the texture of the fabric against his skin. The air carried a soft warmth, mixed with the faint perfume of morning dew, and Morty stepped outside with care, feeling the gentle embrace of the day. The path to the old park was familiar, yet transformed in the soft morning light. He noticed small details he had overlooked before. The curve of a fence post, the soft moss growing in a crack in the sidewalk, the way sunlight pooled in patches along the uneven path. Each was a tiny narrative, a quiet story in the tapestry of the day. By the time he reached the park, the air was alive with soft motion, leaves brushing gently against one another, a breeze carrying the faint scent of wildflowers, and distant bird calls punctuating the stillness. Morty paused for a moment, breathing deeply, letting the rhythm of the world settle into his chest. There was a subtle courage in simply being present, he realized, a quiet bravery in observing without rushing, in noticing without judgment. Each step he took along the path was deliberate, measured, a form of meditation that felt both grounding and expansive. Near the center of the park, he noticed a group of children gathered around a small patch of sunlit grass, tracing shapes in the dirt and laughing quietly. Morty slowed, giving them space, allowing their presence to exist without
intrusion.
There was something profoundly comforting in their gentle focus, their curiosity expressed without need for recognition. He observed how each child moved with intent, tracing patterns in the earth, adjusting their posture to the sunlight, tilting their heads to examine subtle textures. Morty felt a quiet connection, recognizing that courage, empathy, and care could be expressed in these small, unremarked gestures. A squirrel darted across a low branch, and one of the children gasped softly, pointing it out to her companions. Morty watched their eyes light up, the shared wonder and attention creating an invisible thread between them. He smiled, understanding that connection could exist in observation alone, that empathy often required no words. The world had a patient way of teaching lessons, he realized, offering glimpses of insight in fleeting moments if one was attentive enough to receive them. Each small encounter felt like a ripple, subtle yet enduring, and Morty breathed slowly, letting the lessons settle into him. He wandered further toward the edge of the park where the sunlight filtered through a grove of trees. The patterns of Shadow and light shifted as the leaves swayed, creating shapes that seemed to pulse softly, like breathing. Morty knelt by the base of a tree, tracing the curve of its bark with his fingers, feeling the subtle ridges and textures beneath his touch. There was a story in the grooves, a patient history of growth and endurance, of quiet persistence. Morty realized that attention itself was a form of care, a gentle act of honoring the world's existence without needing to change it. A small notebook lay partially hidden among the roots. Morty picked it up, brushing away the dust and fallen leaves. The pages were filled with sketches of the park, the children, the trees, the birds, and the movement of light across the grass. Each stroke was careful, deliberate, a meditation captured in lines. Morty traced the shapes with his fingers, feeling the subtle echo of someone else's presence and noticing. He understood that observing and recording was a gentle act of legacy, leaving evidence that someone had paused, seen, and cared. Even the smallest attentions could ripple outward, shaping the world in ways invisible yet persistent. A bird landed nearby, its tiny claws tapping softly against the ground. Morty watched it tilt its head, watching him with cautious curiosity. He felt a gentle kinship, recognizing a shared stillness, a mutual attention to the world. The bird hopped closer, and Morty held his breath, allowing the quiet space between them to exist without intrusion. Each movement was deliberate, each small observation a bridge connecting him to the rhythm of life. There was no hurry, no demand, only presence, and he felt a soft joy settle in his chest, warm and enduring. He settled on a fallen log, opening his sketchbook to capture the moment. The light shifting through the trees, the gentle motion of the bird, the soft dance of shadows on the ground. Each stroke of pencil felt like a meditation, a deliberate act of noticing, honoring, and participating in the world's quiet rhythm. Morty thought of the fox, the turtle, the stream, the libraries, and the small attentions he had practiced each day. Each experience had been a lesson in patience, empathy, and subtle heroism, and he recognized the continuity of these lessons flowing through him. As the sun climbed higher, he wandered to the small fountain at the park's center. The water rippled lazily, catching sunlight in tiny flashes that seemed like distant stars. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers skim the surface, feeling the coolness of the current and the slow pulse of movement. He thought of all the small creatures he had encountered, the quiet moments of observation and care, and realized that these acts of attention were forms of courage. The smallest gestures, he understood, could leave enduring ripples invisible, yet meaningful in ways that outlasted the moment. Time moved quietly, almost imperceptibly, as Morty explored the park's edges. He noticed a patch of wildflowers bent under the weight of morning dew, petals trembling gently in the breeze. He knelt, brushing his hand lightly over them, careful not to disturb their delicate balance. There was a subtle lesson here. To approach life with gentle attention, to acknowledge without forcing, to care without claiming. Morty felt a profound resonance in this quiet interaction, a soft thrill of understanding spreading through his chest. Presence was enough. Observation was enough. Care was enough. By late afternoon, the light had softened, turning golden and mellow, casting long shadows across the park. Morty walked home slowly, savoring the textures underfoot, the warmth of sunlight lingering on his skin, the faint chorus of distant birds. He reflected on the quiet heroism of the day, the children absorbed in play, the bird attentive to his presence, the tree's patient endurance, the small ripples in the fountain, and his own deliberate noticing. Each moment had been a meditation, a lesson in patience, empathy, and presence, and he carried them like seeds in his chest, ready to grow quietly in the days to come. As evening settled and stars began to appear, Morty climbed into bed, letting the soft rhythm of the day fold around him. He listened to the gentle whisper of wind outside, the faint pulse of distant life, and the steady beat of his own heart. Sleep approached like a calm tide, wrapping him in patience and warmth. He whispered, softly, to the universe, "Thank you for letting me notice, thank you for letting me care, thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the quiet embrace of night, knowing that small attentions, soft gestures, and gentle acts of awareness were enough to leave lasting ripples, waiting patiently for him to discover again tomorrow. The dawn arrived. Slowly, brushing its pale light across the rooftops and into Morty's room with a delicate touch, as if testing the world's readiness to wake. He lingered by the window, feeling the soft warmth settle into his shoulders, listening to the gentle hum of the neighborhood stirring beneath him. Leaves rustled lazily in the morning breeze, and the faint song of birds filled the air. Each note a soft punctuation in the unfolding day. Morty inhaled deeply, letting the calm coat his chest and arms, a patient, steadying presence he carried with him like a small, secret treasure. He dressed slowly, savoring the sensation of fabric
against skin, the gentle tug of his shirt over his shoulders, the quiet stretch of his limbs.
Stepping outside, he felt the world's rhythm sync with his own heartbeat, the soft sway of branches, the hum of wind over rooftops, the subtle pulse of life beneath the soil. Today, Morty decided, would be for wandering, for noticing, for being, fully present in the ordinary miracles that often went unremarked. He moved without hurry, each step deliberate, attentive to the textures beneath his feet, the light shifting across the path, the faint sense of earth and blooming flowers. The path led him beyond the neighborhood into the small woods he had discovered weeks ago, a place that had become a sanctuary of quiet reflection. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in soft golden threads, illuminating moss-covered stones and fallen branches in a way that made them seem luminous. Morty walked slowly, letting his eyes trace the curves of bark, the veins of leaves, the delicate arch of tiny mushrooms growing in shadowed corners. Each small detail seemed to hold a story, a pulse of patience and persistence that resonated with his own unfolding awareness. Near a clearing, he noticed a stream, its surface shimmering as sunlight danced across gentle ripples. Morty knelt, letting his fingers brush the cool water, feeling the subtle pull of the current against his skin. He listened to its quiet song, the soft lapping against rocks, the occasional splash of a fish breaking the surface. The stream, he realized, carried a kind of quiet wisdom, patience, persistence, resilience, lessons he had been learning slowly, step by step, encounter by encounter. He watched leaves drift downstream, spinning and turning, and understood that surrendering to life's flow was a form of courage, subtle yet profound. A rustle drew his attention to the other side of the clearing. A small fawn stepped delicately from the trees, pausing to observe him. Morty froze, sensing the fragile trust in the moment. Their eyes met briefly, a quiet acknowledgement passing. Between them, before the fawn shifted and bounded away, leaving him with a soft sense of wonder and connection. Morty smiled gently, aware that life often offered these fleeting glimpses of harmony, and that noticing them was an act of presence, an act of care. Even silence could carry meaning, even stillness could hold courage. He wandered along the edge of the stream, feeling the soft vibration of water under his fingertips, noticing the way light caught on pebbles and moss. He picked up a small stone, smooth and warm from the sun, and let it rest in his palm, feeling the weight, the texture, the quiet energy of enduring time. Each small object, each subtle movement, seemed to echo a lesson he had been learning, that life's significance often existed in small, deliberate attentions, in patient observation, in acts of quiet empathy. Morty understood that heroism could exist in softness, and that care required patience more than action. A soft wind stirred the branches above, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and Morty closed his eyes for a moment, letting the world's rhythm flow through him. He thought of all the small attentions that had shaped him, the fox on the hill, the bird in the library, the turtle in the stream, the children tracing shapes in the dirt. Each encounter had left a subtle imprint, a gentle echo of connection and presence. Morty realized that these small moments were weaving themselves into a tapestry of understanding, a quiet accumulation of empathy and awareness that shaped how he moved through the world. He sat on a fallen log, opening his notebook, to capture the gentle unfolding of the clearing. Each stroke of pencil traced light, shadow, movement, stillness, not merely recording what he saw, what he felt. The quiet courage of form days, the patient persistence of the stream, the rhythm of wind through leaves. Morty recognized that observation itself was a form of creation, a soft, deliberate act of honoring life. Each sketch was a meditation, each line a reflection of presence, each mark a quiet echo of attention. Time passed without urgency. Sunlight gradually softened as clouds drifted lazily overhead, casting shifting shadows on the ground. Morty allowed himself to wander, letting his senses guide him rather than a set destination. He noticed the subtle texture of bark against his fingers, the gentle sway of flowers in the breeze, the distant hum of insects moving through the underbrush. Every small detail carried meaning. Every interaction, no matter how fleeting, left a subtle impression. Morty felt a quiet exhilaration in this understanding, that life's beauty and significance often existed in the softest, most unnoticed places. From the far side of the clearing, he noticed a small boy sitting on a stone, quietly tracing shapes in the dirt with a stick. Morty approached slowly, giving the child space, and observed without interruption. The boy's movements were deliberate, careful, a reflection of attention and curiosity. Morty felt a soft kinship with him, recognizing the quiet courage in this patient engagement with the world. There was no need for words. Their shared attention created an unspoken connection, a subtle acknowledgement of being present together. Morty realized that empathy, like courage, often manifested in silence, patience, and gentle awareness. As the afternoon light shifted toward soft gold, Morty wandered back toward the stream, tracing its path, feeling the water's pull, observing the dance of light across ripples and moss. He picked up another small stone, smooth and worn by time, and tucked it carefully into his pocket, a tangible reminder of the day's lessons. The world seemed to pulse softly around him, each element in quiet dialogue with another, and Morty felt a profound sense of belonging. Life's quiet magic, he understood, was always available, waiting patiently for those willing to notice and care. By the time he began the slow walk home, the sun was low, casting long, gentle shadows across the forest floor. Morty savored the textures beneath his feet, the faint scent of pine and earth, the subtle chorus of life moving quietly around him. Each step was deliberate, a meditation in motion, a reflection on the soft heroism of noticing, caring, and existing with awareness. He thought of all the small acts of attention that had shaped him and realized that even the quietest gestures had lasting resonance, subtle ripples extending beyond the immediate moment. Later, as night fell and stars began to emerge in the sky, Morty climbed into bed, carrying the day's quiet rhythm with him. He listened to the faint hum of the universe outside, the steady pulse of his own breath, and the gentle echoes of every attentive moment he had experienced. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, brushing over him with deliberate persistence, and Morty whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient, gentle embrace of night, holding the quiet knowledge that even the smallest attentions, softest gestures, and subtlest acts of empathy could leave enduring ripples, waiting to be discovered again tomorrow. Morning light arrived in soft, hesitant waves, spilling across rooftops and into Morty's room like a quiet invitation. He lingered by the window, listening to the faint murmur of the world waking up, each sound a gentle note in the days. Slow symphony, leaves brushed softly against each other outside, a whisper of wind carrying the faint scent of earth and early blooms. Morty inhaled deeply, letting the calm seep into his chest, feeling the rhythm of life align with the gentle pulse of his own awareness. Today, he thought, would be for quiet reflection and observation, a continuation of the journey he had been, walking so deliberately, one small, mindful step at a time. He dressed slowly, each movement deliberate, tugging his shirt over his shoulders, smoothing his hair, feeling the fabric against his skin. The floor beneath his feet was cool, grounding
him in the present moment.
Stepping outside, he felt the world's rhythm welcoming him, each detail in soft dialogue with his awareness, the sway of grass, the curve of a fence post, the gentle hum of insects moving through the morning air. Morty walked without urgency, savoring the sensation of attention, the quiet comfort of noticing the ordinary miracles that often went unseen. The path led him toward the edge of the neighborhood, where the hill rose softly against the horizon. The morning sun spilled gold across the slopes, highlighting the gentle undulations of grass and the scattered shadows of trees. Morty paused at the base of the hill, noticing how the light changed the color of everything it touched, how each leaf seemed to catch it differently, each blade of grass bending with its own rhythm. There was a quiet wonder in this observation, a sense of reverence for the subtle movements of the world, and Morty allowed himself to feel fully present in the unfolding day. Near the crest of the hill, he spotted a small fox, its fur catching the sunlight as it moved quietly among the grass. Morty froze, letting the creature move at its own pace, appreciating the quiet bravery in its gentle exploration. Their eyes met briefly, and in that instant he felt a subtle connection, a shared acknowledgement of presence, patience, and care. The fox moved along its path, leaving him with a soft thrill of recognition. Life often offered these fleeting moments of quiet communion for those willing to pause and observe. Morty continued along the hilltop, feeling the soft sway of grass. Under his fingers, the gentle tug of wind against his hair. He noticed the subtle patterns of shadow and light, the faint rustle of leaves above, the delicate way that small flowers tilted toward the sun. Each detail was alive, each movement a narrative waiting to be understood. Morty felt a deepening sense of calm, a quiet assurance that the patient observation of life was itself an act of connection, an unspoken conversation with the world around him. He wandered toward a small clearing where sunlight pooled in golden patches on the ground. A stream meandered lazily nearby, the water catching light in fleeting glimmers that shifted with every ripple. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool current, feeling the subtle tug of the water against his skin. He observed the way leaves floated downstream, turning and spinning as they followed the gentle pull of the current. There was a quiet rhythm here, a patience that mirrored the careful attention he had been cultivating each day, a reminder that small gestures and steady observation carried their own quiet weight. From the edge of the clearing, he noticed a young girl crouched by the bank, tracing shapes in the soil with a stick. Morty stepped slowly closer, careful to maintain gentle distance, and observed her movements with quiet attention. Her focus was deliberate, her gestures tender, and Morty felt a warmth rise in his chest. There was courage in such quiet engagement, a soft heroism in choosing to notice and interact with the world in a gentle, mindful way. He smiled softly, understanding that empathy and connection could exist in silence, in shared observation, and in patient presence. Time passed without urgency, the world's rhythm unfolding slowly around him. Morty wandered further, letting the stream guide him along its winding path. He noticed the small stones smoothed by time, the gentle curve of moss along the bank, the soft murmur over rock. Each element seemed to hum with quiet persistence, a reminder that life's strength often lay not in force or spectacle, but in consistency, attentiveness, and subtle care. Morty felt himself aligning with this rhythm, carrying the quiet lessons into his own heartbeat and breath. He found a low branch hanging over the water and traced its curve with his fingers, feeling the gentle resistance and smooth texture. It reminded him of all the small attentions he had practiced: the fox, the bird, the turtle, the children tracing shapes in the dirt. Each encounter had been a ripple, subtle yet enduring, shaping his understanding of the world and his place within it. Morty realized that heroism, courage, and care often existed in these quiet forms, in patient observation and gentle engagement with the living, breathing world. As the sun climbed higher, golden light filtered through the trees in scattered, shifting patterns. Morty opened his notebook, sketching the stream, the branches, the soft curves of the landscape, and the distant movement of the girl playing by the bank. Each stroke was deliberate, capturing not just what he saw, but what he felt: the quiet, wonder, the gentle rhythm, the subtle presence of life flowing in many forms. Morty understood that observation itself was a meditation, a soft act of honoring the world, and that each moment of attentiveness left a trace, quiet yet lasting. Breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and damp earth. Morty closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the pulse of life around him, the soft ripple of the stream, the distant murmur of birds, the sway of grass and trees, and the gentle rhythm of his own breath. There was a profound comfort in being present, in knowing that even the smallest attentions, the quietest gestures, could leave ripples extending beyond the immediate moment. Morty felt a deep warmth in his chest, a steady joy in participating in the slow, deliberate unfolding of the day. By late afternoon, the sun had begun its descent, casting long, soft shadows across the clearing and turning the world into muted golds and gentle violets. Morty walked slowly home, savoring the textures beneath his feet, the light lingering on the grass and leaves, the subtle chorus of life continuing its quiet hum. Each step carried him gently forward, a meditation in motion, a reflection on patience, empathy, and awareness. He thought of all the small gestures of attention that had shaped him, recognizing that these acts, quiet and unnoticed by most, had left an enduring imprint both within him and upon the world. Later, as night fell and stars began to emerge like faint lanterns in the sky, Morty climbed into bed, carrying the day's quiet rhythm within him. The wind whispered against the windows, the faint pulse of distant life blended with the soft beat of his own heart. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, wrapping him in calm, and Morty whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient, gentle embrace of night, knowing that small attentions, soft gestures, and subtle acts of empathy were enough to leave ripples quiet yet enduring, waiting patiently for tomorrow. The morning arrived, in soft, muted light, spilling through the curtains with a gentle insistence, coaxing Morty awake as though the world itself were whispering his name. He lingered at the window, watching the neighborhood stretch and stir beneath the first rays of sun. The leaves swayed lazily, brushing against one another like long-lost friends greeting each day. Morty inhaled slowly, the air carrying a faint scent of wet earth and wildflowers, and let the subtle warmth settle into his chest. He felt a quiet alignment with the day, a sense that this morning had been waiting patiently for him to arrive. He dressed with care, tugging the shirt over his shoulders, smoothing the fabric with attentive hands, feeling the gentle pull of each movement. Stepping outside, he felt the cool air brush against his skin, a tender reminder that the world was present, waiting for his attention without urgency or expectation. Today, Morty decided, would be for noticing, listening, and allowing himself to be fully immersed in the quiet, persistent rhythms of life. Each step along the familiar path carried him deeper into the subtle textures of the morning. The soft crunch of grass underfoot, the delicate shift of sunlight across the ground, the faint hum of life carried by the breeze. He wandered toward the edge of the hill, where the old oak trees formed a protective arch over the trail. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns across the ground that shifted and danced with every gentle gust of wind. Morty paused to touch the bark of one of the older trees, feeling its grooves and ridges beneath his fingers. There was a quiet strength in its form, a patient persistence in its growth that mirrored the subtle evolution he had felt within himself over the past days. Each small observation was a meditation, a deliberate act of noticing, a soft acknowledgement of life's enduring rhythm. At the clearing ahead, a small fox emerged from the underbrush, its bright eyes meeting his with a cautious curiosity. Morty stood still, letting the creature move in its own time, appreciating the fragile trust in the moment. Their silent exchange left him with a gentle warmth in his chest, a quiet connection that required no words. He watched as the fox moved gracefully across the clearing, pausing occasionally to sniff the air, its tiny body a study in alertness and patience. Morty realized that connection often existed in fleeting glances, in shared space, and in mutual awareness, forming bonds that were subtle yet enduring. He continued toward the stream that wound lazily through the hill's edge, kneeling to let his fingers trace the cool water as it passed over smooth stones. The current carried tiny leaves downstream, spinning and twisting with delicate precision, a soft reminder that life flowed even in the smallest details. Morty closed his eyes, listening to the gentle hum of the water and the distant song of birds, feeling the rhythm of the stream align with his own breath. There was a patient resilience in the movement of water, a quiet courage in continuing onward without notice or fanfare, and Morty felt these lessons seep gently into his bones. Near the bank, a young girl crouched, tracing shapes in the soil with a stick. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb her focus, and simply observed. The patient deliberation in her gestures, the soft focus in her eyes, mirrored the attention he had been cultivating in himself. There was bravery in her stillness, courage in her curiosity, and Morty felt a gentle warmth rising in his chest. He realized that empathy and connection often required only the willingness to witness, to share space without interference, to honor the rhythm of another being's presence. Time stretched in quiet, deliberate waves as Morty wandered along the stream, tracing its curves, listening to the small gurgles over stone, watching sunlight dance on the water. He noticed the subtle details of the landscape, the tiny pebbles smoothed by time, the moss growing in shaded patches, the soft patterns created by shadows cast from the trees. Each observation was an act of care, a gentle meditation on the delicate complexity of life. Morty understood that heroism could exist in silence, patience, and deliberate attention, and that the softest gestures often left the most enduring ripples. He found a flat stone near the water's edge and sat, letting the sunlight warm his shoulders as he opened his sketchbook. Each line of pencil traced light, shadow, and motion, capturing the stream's subtle currents, the sway of leaves, the shifting patterns of sunlight. Morty noticed the small girl still at the edge, her figure a quiet presence in the background, and sketched her carefully, not to claim or control, but to honor the beauty of attentive engagement. There was a profound satisfaction in recording the world as he perceived it, allowing each delicate moment to exist in memory, in ink, and in heart. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and wet earth. Morty closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of life around him, the water slipping past stones, the distant call of birds, the swaying of grass and branches, and the quiet rhythm of his own heartbeat. He allowed himself to feel fully connected to the quiet currents of the day, knowing that attention and care were themselves acts of courage. Each gesture of observation, each deliberate act of noticing was a contribution to the subtle symphony of existence, weaving threads that were invisible yet persistent. As the afternoon moved toward evening, the sun softened into a mellow glow, casting long shadows across the clearing and turning the stream into a river of liquid gold. Morty wandered slowly along the bank, letting his fingers trace pebbles and moss, noticing the delicate details of leaves drifting past. Each movement, each moment, felt deliberate, intentional, a quiet celebration of presence. He thought of all the small attentions that had shaped him, the fox, the birds, the children, the streams, the flowers, and felt a gentle swell of gratitude. Life's quiet lessons had been patient, persistent, and always available to those willing to see. By twilight, the world softened into muted purples and blues, stars beginning to appear faintly overhead. Morty made his slow walk home, savoring the textures beneath his feet, the lingering warmth of sunlight, the soft chorus of distant life. Each step was a meditation, a reflection on the quiet heroism of noticing, attending, and participating in the small rhythms of existence. He carried the lessons of the day in his chest, letting them fold gently into his awareness, a soft imprint of presence and care that would remain with him long after the sun had set. Later, as night descended fully and the stars glittered softly across the sky, Morty climbed into bed, feeling the quiet rhythm of the day settle into his bones. He listened to the faint whisper of wind outside, the subtle hum of life, and the steady beat of his own heart. Sleep approached with gentle insistence, wrapping him in warmth and patience. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the gentle embrace of night, secure in the knowledge that small attentions, soft gestures, and deliberate acts of empathy could leave enduring ripples waiting quietly for tomorrow. Morning arrived with a soft amber glow, spilling across rooftops and into Morty's room with the quiet insistence of a slow, gentle tide. He lingered at the window for several moments, letting the warmth settle into his shoulders, feeling the subtle rhythm of the world waking beneath him. The leaves outside moved in whispered patterns, brushing against one another with delicate insistence, and the faint hum of birdsong punctuated the stillness. Morty breathed in deeply, letting the calm wash through his chest and arms, grounding him in the gentle unfolding of the day. Today, he thought, would be a day of attention, care, and reflection, a continuation of the quiet heroism he had been practicing for so many mornings. He dressed slowly, each movement deliberate, tugging his shirt over his shoulders, adjusting his sleeves, feeling the texture of fabric against skin. Stepping outside, the world greeted him with a muted chorus of life, the soft rustle of grass beneath his feet, the sway of branches above, the faint pulse of air carrying distant scents of flowers and earth. Morty moved along the familiar path, noticing the subtle undulations in the sidewalk, the curve of a fence post, the tiny cracks filled with moss. Each detail was a small story, a quiet testament to the patience of the world and to his willingness to observe. The hill beyond the neighborhood rose softly before him, crowned with golden light from the rising sun. Morty paused at its base, letting the warmth fall across his face, listening to the gentle chorus of wind and birds. He felt a subtle thrill in the patient awareness of the world, recognizing that even in the quietest places there was richness, complexity, and presence. His footsteps were slow and deliberate as he ascended the hill, each movement a meditation in motion, a deliberate act of noticing, feeling, and participating in the world around him. Near the crest, a small fox appeared, its orange fur catching the sunlight in fleeting glimmers. Morty froze, giving the creature space, and felt a quiet connection in their shared observation. The fox moved delicately through the grass, pausing briefly to sniff the air, its alertness and gentle patience mirroring his own focus. Morty smiled softly, recognizing that connection often existed in these fleeting, wordless moments, in the subtle acknowledgement of presence, patience, and mutual awareness. Life's quiet lessons, he understood, were often hidden in these delicate interactions, waiting for those willing to notice. He wandered along the hilltop, letting his eyes trace the shifting patterns of light and shadow cast by the trees. Each leaf, each blade of grass, each flower seemed to carry its own story, a rhythm of persistence, adaptation, and quiet endurance. Morty allowed himself to linger, brushing his fingers across the soft stems of wildflowers, feeling the gentle sway of grass beneath his hands, noticing the delicate movements of insects moving along the earth. There was a quiet bravery in patience, he realized, a subtle heroism in observing without demanding, in participating without intruding. By the small stream at the edge of the hill, Morty knelt, letting his fingers trace the cool, flowing water. Leaves drifted downstream, spinning and turning as they followed the gentle current. He noticed the patterns of movement, the soft glimmer of sunlight on the surface, the patient persistence of the stream carrying life forward without effort or announcement. Morty closed his eyes briefly, listening to the hum of water over stones, the distant call of birds, the soft vibration of leaves brushing one another. There was an understanding in this stillness. Life's meaning often resided in the unnoticed, in the deliberate attention to small, persistent rhythms. A small child appeared at the stream's edge, crouching with a stick to trace shapes in the damp soil. Morty moved slowly closer, careful to maintain gentle distance, and simply observed. The child's focus, quiet and unhurried, reflected the deliberate care he had been cultivating within himself. Morty felt a warmth rise in his chest, a soft acknowledgement of courage expressed through attention and curiosity. He realized that connection and empathy did not always require words. Sometimes presence alone was enough, and the quiet bond formed in shared observation was just as meaningful as any spoken interaction. Time passed slowly, stretched by the patient rhythm of the day. Morty wandered along the stream, observing the interplay of light on water, the small stones smoothed by persistent currents, the moss that clung to shaded banks. Each detail seemed imbued with quiet wisdom, an invitation to align his own attention with the subtle pulse of life. Morty knelt to watch a dragonfly skim the surface, its wings catching light in delicate flashes. He marveled at the precision, the quiet elegance of its movements, and felt a sense of humility, recognizing that even the smallest beings carried their own courage and purpose. He sat on a low stone at the stream's edge, opening his sketchbook to capture the scene, the flowing water, the delicate sway of branches, the drifting leaves, the movement of the dragonfly, and the distant child absorbed in quiet play. Each line of pencil was deliberate, a meditation on observation, a soft acknowledgement of the world's persistent beauty. Morty felt gratitude for these small acts of noticing, for the way they connected him to life's subtle currents. He understood that even the gentlest attentions, though easily overlooked, left a lasting imprint like ripples across still water, quiet yet enduring. A breeze stirred through the trees, carrying faint scents of pine and earth, and Morty closed his eyes to feel the world's rhythm in his chest, in his breath, in the subtle tension of muscles relaxing into stillness. He thought of all the small attentions that had shaped his understanding, the fox, the birds, the children, the dragonflies, the flowers, the flowing streams. Each encounter had left a soft, enduring mark, and he carried these moments with him, like tiny treasures, reminders that heroism, courage, and care often manifested quietly, deliberately, and without need for recognition. As the afternoon softened into evening, golden light spilling across the hill, Morty made his slow descent.
Home.
He noticed the subtle changes in texture underfoot, the long shadows cast by trees, the gentle hum of insects moving through grass and flowers. Each step was deliberate, a meditation, a reflection on the quiet heroism of noticing, attending, and connecting. Morty felt the warmth of the day linger on his skin and in his chest, a soft echo of presence and awareness that would remain with him into night. Later, as darkness settled and stars began to emerge, Morty climbed into bed, carrying the day's quiet rhythms with him. He listened to the faint whisper of wind against the windows, the soft chorus of nocturnal life, and the steady pulse of his own heartbeat. Sleep approached like a calm tide, wrapping him in warmth and patience. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice, thank you for letting me care, thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the gentle embrace of night, secure in the understanding that small attentions, soft gestures, and deliberate acts of empathy were enough to leave ripples that quietly endure, waiting patiently for tomorrow. Morning arrived with a gentle glow, painting the world in soft shades of gold and rose. Morty lingered at the window for a while, letting the light spill across his face and shoulders, feeling the subtle warmth settle deep into his chest. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, brushing leaves against one another in delicate rhythms. Somewhere nearby, a bird called, its song barely rising above the hush of morning. Morty inhaled slowly, letting the calm of the day settle into him, grounding himself in the quiet pulse of the world. Today, he thought, would be a day to notice, to connect, and to allow small gestures of care to ripple outward without expectation. He dressed slowly, each movement deliberate. His shirt brushed gently against his skin, the fabric soft and familiar. His shoes touched the ground with awareness, each step intentional, each motion a small meditation. Stepping outside, the air welcomed him, carrying scents of wet earth, distant blooms, and the faint musk of morning dew. Morty walked along the familiar path toward the hill at the neighborhood's edge, letting the textures beneath his feet, the patterns of sunlight, and the soft chorus of life guide his pace. There was no hurry, only presence, and the slow unfolding of each step felt like a quiet celebration. The hill rose before him, crowned with sunlight that filtered through leaves in shifting patterns. Morty paused at the base, running his fingers across the rough bark of an old tree. He felt its patient strength, the quiet endurance of years spent standing, swaying, and witnessing life pass by. It reminded him of the slow, deliberate cultivation of his own awareness, the small attentions, the careful listening, the gentle observation that had shaped him over time. Each detail of the tree, the moss clinging to its roots, the curve of its branches, seemed to hum with quiet wisdom, waiting for someone to notice. Near the crest of the hill, he spotted a familiar figure. Summer, moving gracefully along the path, her hair catching sunlight and her steps careful yet free. Morty's chest warmed with recognition. She often came to this hill at dawn, and the silent companionship of simply being together without speaking had become a comforting ritual. He watched her pause by a patch of wildflowers, tilting her head slightly as she examined their subtle colors. Morty approached slowly, giving her space, feeling a quiet satisfaction in shared presence. Words were unnecessary. They had long since learned that attention alone could speak volumes. Summer glanced up briefly, a faint smile brushing her lips, and Morty returned it softly. They continued along the hilltop side by side, letting their movements mirror one another in an unspoken rhythm. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, soft shadows shifting as sunlight traced patterns across the grass. Morty noticed the way the wind played with her hair, the gentle tilt of her head, the subtle, careful way she observed each leaf, each stone, each blade of grass. There was courage in this attention, he realized, bravery expressed through care, mindfulness, and quiet presence. They arrived at the clearing, where a stream wove its way lazily among rocks and moss. Morty knelt, tracing his fingers across the cool water, feeling its subtle pull. Summer followed, crouching nearby, her eyes, absorbing the movement, the light, the soft dance of leaves floating downstream. Morty observed her, noticing the delicate curve of her shoulders, the gentle intensity in her gaze. He felt a quiet kinship, recognizing that empathy and understanding often existed in shared observation, in patient engagement with the world, without need for interruption or interference. Time passed slowly, unhurried, the sunlight shifting across the clearing in lazy arcs. Morty pulled out his sketchbook, letting pencil trace the patterns of light, the gentle ripples of water, the swaying of flowers, and the subtle movements of summer as she interacted with the world. Each line was deliberate, a meditation on observation, a soft act of honoring life's persistent rhythms. Morty felt the quiet joy of companionship without words, a shared awareness of the fragile, enduring beauty of existence. There was intimacy in shared attention, he realized, a bond built not on conversation, but on the careful acknowledgement of each other and the world around them. A fox emerged from the underbrush, its eyes bright and alert. Morty froze, feeling a thrill of recognition and connection. Summer knelt quietly beside him, their shared stillness forming an invisible thread that wove them into the present moment. The fox moved cautiously, sniffing the air and pausing to observe them before darting off into the trees. Morty exhaled softly, feeling the warmth of shared attention ripple through him. Connection, understood, often existed in these fleeting moments, tiny, delicate, yet enduring, like the imprint of sunlight on water. They wandered along the stream, letting their eyes trace the curves of mossy rocks, the patterns of sunlight, the subtle vibrations of water over stone. Each step was deliberate, each breath a meditation. Morty observed the soft elegance of Summer's movements, the attentive tilt of her head, the way her fingers brushed lightly across leaves and pebbles. He felt the deepening resonance of shared presence, understanding that heroism and courage could exist in these quiet forms, through empathy, observation, and small acts of care. A soft breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and Morty closed, his eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of the world flow through him. He felt a pulse of gratitude for the day, for Summer's quiet companionship, for the gentle lessons imparted by foxes, streams, leaves, and light. Life's smallest attentions, he realized, were often the most enduring, noticing, acknowledging, and participating without demand or expectation. Each interaction, each gesture of care, left a ripple that quietly extended beyond the immediate moment. As afternoon deepened into a mellow gold, Morty and Summer sat side by side on a flat stone near the water. They watched sunlight shimmer. Across the stream, leaves floating in slow rotation, shadows stretching and blending. Morty sketched the scene, while Summer traced subtle shapes in the dirt with a small stick. Each motion, each observation felt deliberate and meditative, an intimate dialogue with the world and with one another. Morty sensed a profound patience in their quiet companionship, a deep understanding that connection often required only presence, attention, and empathy. By the time the sun dipped low toward the horizon, casting long, soft shadows across the clearing, Morty and Summer rose, walking slowly back toward the hilltop. They allowed their steps to fall in harmony with one another, listening to the gentle hum of life, feeling the subtle pulse of air and warmth around them. Morty reflected on the quiet heroism of the day, the fox, the stream, the gentle companionship, the attentive observation, and carried it with him as a steady rhythm within his chest. Later, as night settled and stars began to twinkle faintly, across the sky, Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the day's small attentions linger within him. He listened to the soft rustle of wind outside, the subtle hum of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep approached like a quiet tide, wrapping him in patience, warmth, and presence. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the gentle embrace Of night, knowing that small attentions, soft gestures, and deliberate acts of empathy were enough to leave ripples that quietly endure, waiting patiently for tomorrow. The morning stretched across the horizon with a tender glow, spilling soft light into Morty's room. He lingered by the window, letting the warmth settle into his shoulders and chest, feeling it pulse slowly in rhythm with his own heartbeat. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, brushing leaves against each other in quiet murmurs. Somewhere, distant, a bird called, its song carried lightly on the morning air. Morty inhaled slowly, letting the calm envelop him, grounding himself in the gentle unfolding of the day. Today, he thought, would be for reflection, for noticing the subtle lessons hidden in quiet moments, and for carrying them into awareness with patience. He dressed slowly, each motion deliberate. The fabric of his shirt brushed gently against, his skin familiar and grounding, his shoes pressed into the soft earth with careful attention, each step a meditation, each movement a soft act of mindfulness. Stepping outside, the air welcomed him with faint scents of wet soil and distant blooms. Morty followed the familiar path toward the hill, allowing himself to notice the small textures beneath his feet, the delicate play of light through leaves, the muted hum of life around him. Each detail became a small story, a quiet testament to patience and gentle awareness. The hill rose ahead, crowned with sunlight spilling through the trees in shifting, dappled patterns. Morty paused at its base, running his fingers across the bark of an old oak tree. Its grooves, ridges, and subtle imperfections spoke to a quiet endurance, a life spent swaying and witnessing. Morty felt a kinship with it, recognizing the slow, deliberate growth he had been nurturing within himself, careful observation, gentle empathy, and patient attention. Each leaf, each knot, each patch of moss seemed to hum with wisdom, waiting for someone to pause and notice. Near the crest of the hill, he spotted a familiar figure moving through the golden light. Rick, pacing slowly along the grass with hands tucked into his pockets. Morty's chest warmed with recognition. Rick often came to the hill early, not for movement or exercise, but for the quiet rhythm, for the chance to observe and reflect. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb his companion's concentration, feeling a quiet thrill at the unspoken bond between them. The two of them had learned to move together without words, their presence alone forming a rhythm of shared understanding. Rick glanced up briefly, a soft nod acknowledging Morty's arrival. They began walking along the hilltop together, side by side, letting their steps fall in unison with the subtle shifts of sunlight and wind. Morty observed the careful tilt of Rick's head, the way his gaze scanned the horizon and the trees, noting the quiet care in his attention. There was bravery here, he realized, courage expressed not in action or noise, but in the deliberate act of noticing, of observing, of existing fully in the moment. Each step, each glance, each breath was a soft lesson in patient awareness. They arrived at the clearing where the stream wound lazily over stones and moss. Morty knelt to let his fingers trace the cool water, feeling the subtle tug of current against his skin. Rick crouched nearby, following the gentle movement of leaves and insects with careful attention. Morty watched him, noticing the soft intensity in his gaze, the subtle steadiness of his breathing, the deliberate care in every motion. It occurred to Morty that connection often existed in shared observation, in parallel awareness, in silent acknowledgement that each gesture and detail mattered. A small fox appeared at the edge of the clearing, pausing to observe them before continuing along its path. Morty felt a thrill of recognition, the familiar thread of connection extending across time and presence. Rick remained still, attentive, letting the fox pass without disturbance. Morty realized that heroism and courage often existed in patience, in the quiet willingness to witness, in the deliberate act of allowing life to unfold without interference. Every small interaction, every subtle attention left an invisible ripple that lingered long after the moment passed. Morty wandered along the stream's edge, tracing smooth stones and moss-covered rocks with gentle fingers. Rick followed, observing the patterns of light on water, the subtle movements of leaves and branches, the delicate dance of insects. Each step, each gaze, each breath was a meditation, a soft act of honoring life's persistent rhythms. Morty felt a quiet satisfaction, knowing that even in silence, even without words, their presence together carried meaning, empathy, and care. Connection could be as simple as attention, as subtle as shared presence, as enduring as quiet observation. Time passed slowly, the sunlight gradually softening, casting long, golden shadows across the clearing. Morty opened his sketchbook, letting pencil trace patterns of rippling water, swaying leaves, and the soft contours of Rick's form as he moved. Every line was deliberate, a reflection of attention, a quiet act of understanding, a meditation on presence and care. Morty felt the warmth of gratitude in his chest for these moments, for the quiet courage in Rick's attentiveness, for the persistent patience, slow unfolding of the day. A breeze stirred through the trees, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and wet earth. Morty closed his eyes briefly, feeling the pulse of life in the stream, the subtle vibration of leaves brushing each other, the distant call of a bird, and the soft rhythm of his own heartbeat. He thought of all the small attentions that had shaped him, the fox, the birds, the children, the streams, the gentle companionship of Summer and Rick. Each moment had left a soft, enduring imprint, a quiet ripple that persisted far beyond the immediate present. As afternoon deepened, Morty and Rick walked slowly along the stream, letting their awareness guide them, letting each movement, each observation, each breath unfold naturally. The soft sway of branches, the gentle curves of water over stone, the subtle interplay of sunlight and shadow, all of it became part of their shared meditation. Morty realized that heroism and courage existed in these quiet gestures, in patient attention, in deliberate care, and in allowing life to flow without force or demand. By evening, the sun had softened into a mellow golden glow, stretching shadows across the hill and turning the stream into a ribbon of light. Morty and Rick made their slow way back to the hilltop, each step deliberate, each breath aligned with the gentle rhythm of the world. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day within him, the small attentions, the subtle connections, the patient observations, and the shared presence with those who mattered. These gentle acts, he understood, were the enduring essence of courage, empathy, and quiet heroism. Later, as night descended and stars began to twinkle faintly overhead, Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the day's soft lessons settle into his chest. He listened to the whisper of wind outside, the distant hum of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, wrapping him in patience, calm, and quiet awareness. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice, thank you for letting me care, thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that small attentions, subtle gestures, and deliberate acts of empathy could leave enduring ripples quietly waiting for tomorrow. The morning arrived like a soft sigh.
stretching across the sky in muted shades of gold and lavender.
Morty lingered by his window for a long moment, letting the gentle light wash over his shoulders and chest. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, brushing leaves softly against one another. Somewhere a bird's song rose and fell, delicate
And fleeting. Morty breathed in slowly, feeling the calm settle into him like a familiar rhythm.
Today, he thought, would be a day for quiet reflection, a day for noticing life's subtle movements and allowing their gentle lessons to ripple quietly into his awareness. He dressed slowly, deliberately, feeling the fabric of his shirt glide over his skin, grounding him in the present moment. His shoes pressed into the soft ground with mindful attention, each step a meditation, each movement a small act of care. Stepping outside, he inhaled the faint scent of dew and distant blooms, feeling the morning air wrap around him like a soft blanket. Morty walked along the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his awareness trace the textures beneath his feet, the patterns of light and shadow, and the quiet hum of life around him. Each detail became a small story, a testament to patience, presence, and gentle observation. The hill rose softly ahead, crowned with sunlight filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns that shifted with each movement of the wind. Morty paused at the base, resting his hand against the rough bark of an old tree. He felt its patient strength, the quiet endurance of years spent swaying and witnessing the passage of time. The grooves, the ridges, the moss clinging to its roots, all spoke to a life shaped by gentle persistence. Morty felt a kinship with the tree, recognizing the slow, deliberate cultivation of his own awareness, empathy, and patience. Each detail seemed to hum with quiet wisdom, waiting for someone willing to notice. As he ascended the hill, he noticed a small fox emerging from the underbrush, its fur catching the morning light. Morty froze, giving it space, and felt a subtle thrill of connection in their brief exchange of glances. The fox moved carefully through the grass, pausing to sniff the air before disappearing into the trees. Morty exhaled softly, recognizing the quiet courage present in small attentions, in patient observation, and in the gentle acknowledgement of life. These moments, he understood, carried a heroism that was invisible yet enduring, subtle yet deeply affecting. At the crest of the hill, he found Summer waiting, seated on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb her focus, and she looked up briefly with a soft smile. Their silence was familiar, comfortable, a shared rhythm of presence and observation. Together, they walked slowly along the hilltop, letting the sunlight spill across the landscape, tracing patterns of shadow and light that shifted gently with the movement of the wind. Morty noticed the careful attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the subtle care in her gestures, the quiet courage in her willingness to engage fully with the present moment. They arrived at the stream, its water flowing lazily over stones, reflecting sunlight in fleeting glimmers. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool surface, feeling the gentle tug of the current. Summer crouched nearby, her hands brushing lightly against leaves and stones, observing the ripples in the water as if they held some quiet secret. Morty watched her, noticing the patience and care in every motion. He realized that connection often existed in shared presence, in the deliberate act of noticing, and in the quiet willingness to engage with the world without need for words or explanation. Time passed slowly, stretched by the patient rhythm of the day. Morty pulled out his sketchbook, letting pencil trace the flowing water, the gentle sway of branches, the drifting leaves, and the subtle light playing across the scene. Summer traced soft shapes in the soil with a stick, her attention deliberate and meditative. Morty felt a swell of gratitude for these quiet moments, for the subtle courage it took to engage fully, for the gentle bonds forming through shared observation. He understood that heroism could exist in silence, empathy could exist without words, and courage could take the shape of quiet attentiveness. A breeze stirred through the trees, carrying faint scents of earth and wildflowers. Morty closed his eyes, letting the rhythm of life flow through him, the hum of the stream, the faint rustle of leaves, the distant call of birds, and the steady beat of his own heart. He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped his understanding, the fox, the birds, the streams, the soft companionship of summer, and the gentle guidance of Rick. Each moment left a quiet imprint, a ripple of awareness that extended far beyond the immediate. Morty felt a deepening sense of peace in recognizing the enduring power of subtle acts of care and observation. As afternoon shifted toward evening, the sun softened into muted gold, stretching shadows across the hill and the stream. Morty and Summer wandered slowly along the water's edge, noticing the curves of mossy stones, the play of light on ripples, and the delicate sway of branches. Each step, each breath, each movement was deliberate, a meditation on patience, presence, and gentle heroism. Morty recognized that courage existed not only in bold acts, but in these small, intentional gestures of attention and empathy. The ripples of awareness they created were quiet yet enduring, invisible yet profound. By twilight, the world had softened into muted purples and blues, the first stars twinkling faintly overhead. Morty and Summer climbed the hill together, moving slowly, letting their steps fall in harmony with one another and with the gentle rhythms of the world. Morty carried with him the quiet lessons of the day, the fox, the flowing stream, the attentive gestures, the subtle bonds formed through presence and observation. Each ripple of awareness, each act of patient noticing had left a soft yet lasting imprint, a reminder that heroism and courage could exist quietly, deliberately, and gently. Later, as night settled fully, Morty lay in bed, the days quiet, rhythms settling deep into his chest. He listened to the soft rustle of wind outside, the faint chorus of nocturnal life, and the steady pulse of his own heartbeat. Sleep approached like a gentle tide, wrapping him in warmth and calm. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, the quietest gestures, and the gentlest acts of empathy could leave ripples that endured, patiently awaiting tomorrow's light. The morning arrived like a soft breath, spreading pale light across rooftops and streets, brushing everything in quiet warmth. Morty lingered at the window, letting the day seep into him slowly, feeling the gentle pull of sunlight across his shoulders. The leaves outside swayed softly in the wind, murmuring against one another like distant voices, faint and comforting. Somewhere, a bird's song rose, soft and fleeting, carried lightly across the air. Morty inhaled deeply, letting the calm settle into him, a quiet acknowledgement that today would be one of reflection, of noticing the small details and the subtleties he often overlooked. He dressed carefully, mindful of each motion, letting the fabric of his shirt slide gently over his skin, letting each step onto the ground become a meditation. Outside, the air carried the scent of damp earth, wildflowers, and morning dew. Morty followed the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his awareness touch every texture beneath his feet, every flicker of shadow and light, every soft hum of life around him. Each detail became a quiet story, a reflection of patience, presence, and gentle observation, a subtle reminder that heroism often resided in the smallest acts of attention. The hill rose before him, crowned with sunlight that dappled through the trees in shifting patterns. Morty paused at its base, resting a hand against the rough bark of an old oak tree. Its grooves and ridges spoke of enduring patience, quiet resilience, and slow, steady growth. Morty felt the kinship immediately, sensing the subtle alignment between the tree's rhythm and his own slow cultivation of awareness, empathy, and patience. Each leaf, each knot, each patch of moss seemed to hum with quiet wisdom, waiting for someone to notice, to pause, to reflect. At the crest of the hill, Summer awaited, seated on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached, slowly, careful not to disturb her focus, and she lifted her gaze briefly, smiling softly. Their silence was comfortable, familiar, a shared rhythm of attention and presence. Together, they wandered along the hilltop, letting sunlight spill across the grass, tracing shifting patterns of shadow and light. Morty noticed the subtle attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the soft care in her movements, the quiet bravery in her engagement with the world. Each motion, each glance, each breath was a lesson in gentle attentiveness. They arrived at the stream, where water flowed over stones in slow, deliberate curves. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool surface, feeling the tug of the current as it carried tiny leaves downstream. Summer crouched nearby, her hands brushing lightly against moss and stones, her eyes tracing the soft movement of water and light. Morty observed her carefully, noticing the calm concentration, the patient engagement with small details, the quiet courage in simple attentiveness. Connection, he realized, existed not in words alone, but in presence, in shared observation, in acknowledgement without interruption. Time moved with quiet insistence. Morty pulled out his sketchbook and traced lines across the page, the rippling water, the sway of leaves, the curve of moss-covered stones, and the soft posture of Summer as she moved carefully through the clearing. Summer, in turn, traced gentle shapes in the soil with a stick absorbed in the present moment. Morty felt a swell of gratitude rise within him, recognizing the profound intimacy in silent companionship, the strength found in patient observation, the courage of gentle engagement. Heroism, he realized, could exist without grandeur, in quiet acts of attentiveness and empathy. A breeze rustled the leaves, carrying faint scents of earth and wildflowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, letting the subtle rhythm of life fill him, the hum of the stream, the soft brush of leaves, the distant bird song, and the steady pulse of his own heartbeat. He thought of the small attentions that had shaped him, the fox that passed quietly, the dragonflies flitting above the water, the streams and rivers, the careful companionship of Summer, and the quiet wisdom of Rick. Each moment left ripples, delicate and unseen yet persistent, quietly shaping perception and understanding. By afternoon, sunlight softened into golden tones, shadows stretching across the clearing and painting gentle lines on the ground. Morty and Summer walked slowly along the stream, noticing every small detail, moss-covered rocks, curving branches, drifting leaves, and the subtle play of light on water. Each movement became a meditation, each breath a deliberate reflection, a soft act of honoring the world and the shared presence between them. Morty understood that courage could exist quietly in observation, empathy could be expressed without words, and heroism could take the form of patient awareness. A fox returned to the edge of the stream, pausing briefly to sniff the air, its bright eyes catching the light. Morty felt a quiet thrill of recognition, a gentle connection to life's subtle rhythms. Summer remained still beside him, their shared presence forming a calm, invisible thread that wove them into the moment. Morty realized that the world often communicated in whispers, in small gestures, in the unspoken rhythms of life. Heroism, courage, and empathy were present in the quietest exchanges, in deliberate attentiveness, in the patient observation of the world's subtle truths. As afternoon melted into evening, the sun softened further, casting muted gold and amber across the hilltop. Morty and Summer made their way slowly back to the crest, each step intentional, each movement a meditation on presence and awareness. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day within him, the fox, the stream, the attentive gestures, the shared companionship, the unspoken understanding, and felt them settle deep into his chest. Each ripple of awareness, each act of patient observation was a gentle imprint on the heart, enduring far beyond the immediate moment. By nightfall, stars had begun to twinkle faintly across the sky. Morty climbed into bed, feeling the lingering warmth of the day's attentiveness, connection, and reflection. He listened to the faint whisper of wind against the windows, the distant chorus of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep approached like a soft tide, wrapping him in calm, patience. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, the gentlest gestures, and the quietest acts of empathy left enduring patiently for the morning light. The dawn crept softly over the horizon, spilling pale gold across rooftops and streets. Morty lingered at the window, letting the light drift across his shoulders, feeling it settle deep into his chest. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, brushing leaves together in quiet murmurings. Somewhere, a bird's song rose gently, carried lightly on the morning air. Morty breathed in slowly, feeling the calm of the morning press against him, and he let it anchor him in the patient rhythm of the day. Today, he decided, would be for quiet reflection, for tracing the subtle lessons hidden in small moments, and for carrying their soft impressions gently forward. He dressed deliberately, each motion slow and intentional. The fabric of his shirt brushed against his skin, grounding him in the present moment. His shoes pressed into the soft earth beneath him, each step a meditation, each movement a deliberate act of awareness. Outside, the air carried faint hints of earth, distant flowers, and morning dew, mingling with the warmth of sunlight. Morty walked along the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his attention linger on the textures beneath his feet, the subtle play of light and shadow, and the quiet hum of life around him. Each detail became a story, a reminder that small attentions patiently observed held quiet significance. The hill rose ahead, crowned with sunlight that dappled through branches in shifting, fleeting patterns. Morty paused at the base, resting, his hand on the rough bark of a towering oak. Its grooves and ridges spoke of patient endurance, a life shaped by gentle persistence and subtle observation. Morty felt kinship with it, sensing a parallel between the tree's slow growth and his own quiet cultivation of awareness, empathy, and patience. Each leaf, each knot, each patch of moss seemed to hum with wisdom, waiting for someone willing to notice, to reflect, to honor its subtle presence. At the crest of the hill, Summer sat quietly, perched on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb the serene focus she carried. She glanced up briefly and smiled softly, and he felt a warmth settle into his chest. They walked along the hilltop together, letting sunlight spill across the grass, tracing patterns of shadow and light. Morty observed the careful attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the subtle patience in her movements, and the quiet courage in her engagement with the world. Each glance, each breath, each gesture was a small but powerful lesson in gentle presence. They arrived at the stream, its water moving lazily over moss-covered stones, catching the light in fleeting glimmers. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool, flowing surface, feeling the gentle tug of current against his skin. Summer crouched nearby, brushing lightly against leaves and stones, her attention deliberate and meditative. Morty noticed the care in her movements, the quiet intensity in her gaze, the patient observation in each subtle motion. Connection, he realized, often existed not in words, but in presence, in shared attentiveness, and in allowing life to unfold without interruption or judgment. Time stretched, slow and unhurried, as Morty pulled out his sketchbook, tracing the curves of water, the delicate sway of branches, and the gentle movement of Summer as she worked in the soil. Summer, in turn, traced soft patterns in the dirt with a small stick, absorbed in the present moment. Morty felt a quiet swell of gratitude, recognizing the intimacy in shared silence, the strength in patient observation, and the courage in the deliberate attentiveness to life's small wonders. Heroism, he reflected, often took shape in quiet, acts of noticing, in gentle attentions, and in the patient endurance of small gestures of care. A fox appeared at the stream's edge, its fur catching sunlight as it paused, sniffing the air. Morty froze, feeling a delicate thrill of connection in the brief acknowledgement of presence. Summer remained still beside him, the quiet companionship forming a soft, invisible thread between them. Morty realized that communication often existed, in subtle movements, in small gestures, in the patient rhythm of life unfolding. Courage, empathy, and heroism were present not only in bold actions, but in these small attentions, deliberate observations, and gentle acknowledgments of life's persistent beauty. A soft breeze stirred the trees, carrying faint scents of earth and flowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, feeling the pulse of life in the stream, the hum of leaves brushing one another, the distant song of birds, and the steady beat of his own heart. He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped his understanding, the fox, the birds, the streams, the gentle companionship of Summer, and the quiet wisdom of Rick. Each moment, delicate and fleeting, left ripples that persisted beyond. The immediate present, subtle yet enduring. By afternoon, the sun softened into muted gold, shadows stretching long across the clearing and painting gentle patterns on the ground. Morty walked slowly along the stream, noticing the curves of stones, the play of sunlight on water, and the subtle sway of branches. Each movement became a meditation, each breath a reflection on patience, presence, and deliberate awareness. Morty understood that courage and heroism could exist quietly in observation and empathy, and that small gestures, though nearly invisible, carried enduring weight in the quiet tapestry of life. As evening approached, the light softened, further turning the hilltop into a landscape of warm amber and gentle shadows. Morty and Summer made their slow descent, each step deliberate, letting their rhythm fall in harmony with one another and with the pulse of the natural world. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day in his chest: the fox, the stream, the attentive gestures, the shared companionship, and the subtle, unspoken understanding that small attentions could leave lasting impressions. These ripples of awareness and care were quiet yet enduring, a gentle reflection of courage, empathy, and heroism. By nightfall, stars began to pierce the sky with faint, steady light. Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the days. Quiet lessons settled deep into his chest. He listened to the soft rustle of wind outside, the distant hum of nocturnal life, and the steady pulse of his own heartbeat. Sleep arrived slowly, wrapping him in patience, calm, and gentle warmth. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, the quietest gestures, and the gentlest acts of empathy left enduring ripples waiting patiently for the morning light. Morning unfolded slowly, a soft wash of gold and pale lavender across the rooftops and streets. Morty lingered by the window, letting the light rest on his shoulders and chest, feeling it seep quietly into him. Outside, the wind whispered gently through the trees, brushing leaves against one another in faint, comforting murmurs. Somewhere, a bird sang, its notes, fragile yet steady, carried lightly across the air. Morty inhaled deeply, letting the calm settle in, anchoring him to the patient rhythm of the day. He thought today would be for reflection, for observing the small, subtle movements of life, and for carrying their quiet lessons gently within him. He dressed with deliberate care, each motion mindful. The fabric of his shirt slid against his skin with soft familiarity. His shoes pressed into the earth below, each step a meditation, each movement a quiet act of awareness. Outside, the air carried the faint scent of earth, dew, and distant flowers. Morty walked the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his attention linger on the textures beneath his feet, the interplay of sunlight and shadow, and the hum of life around him. Each detail became a soft story, a reflection of patience, presence, and gentle observation, and a reminder that heroism often exists in small, deliberate acts. Time passed slowly, the rhythm of the day unhurried. Morty pulled out his sketchbook and traced lines across the page. The rippling water, the gentle sway of branches, moss-covered stones, and the hill rose softly before him, crowned with sunlight, filtering through branches in shifting patterns. Morty paused at the base, resting his hand on the bark of a towering oak. Its rough grooves, ridges, and patches of moss spoke of enduring patience, quiet resilience, and slow, steady growth. Morty felt kinship immediately, sensing a subtle alignment between the tree's rhythm and his own cultivation of empathy, patience, and awareness. Each leaf, each knot, each ridge seemed to hum with wisdom, waiting for someone willing to notice, to pause, to reflect, and to honor its quiet presence. At the crest of the hill, Summer awaited, seated on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb the gentle focus she carried. She lifted her gaze briefly, offering a soft smile, and Morty felt warmth settle in his chest. Together they walked along the hilltop, letting sunlight spill across the grass, tracing subtle patterns of light and shadow. Morty noticed the attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the quiet care in her movements, the patience and bravery in her engagement with the world. Each glance, each breath, each gesture was a soft, profound lesson in gentle presence. They arrived at the stream, where water meandered over moss-covered stones in slow, deliberate arcs. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool, flowing surface, feeling the gentle tug of current against his skin. Summer crouched nearby, brushing lightly against leaves and stones, her attention deliberate, her movements meditative. Morty observed her carefully, noticing the stillness, the focused concentration, the quiet courage in every small gesture. Connection, he realized, existed not in words alone, but in shared presence, in patient observation, and in allowing life to unfold without interference. Time stretched slowly, unhurried, as Morty pulled out his sketchbook and traced lines across the page, the flowing water, the swaying branches, the delicate curve of moss-covered stones, and Summer's movements. Summer traced patterns in the soil with a stick, absorbed in the present. Morty felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing the intimacy in shared silence, the strength in quiet observation, and the bravery in deliberate attentiveness. Heroism, he reflected, often existed in small acts of noticing, in soft attentions, and in patient endurance rather than in grand gestures or loud declarations. A fox appeared at the edge of the stream, pausing to sniff the air. Morty froze, feeling a delicate thrill of recognition, a thread of connection across time and space. Summer remained still beside him, their shared presence forming a quiet, invisible bond. Morty realized that the world often spoke in whispers, in subtle gestures, in soft movements of life. Courage, empathy, and heroism were present in these gentle exchanges, in deliberate attentiveness and in patient observation. The smallest gestures carried enduring weight, shaping both the observer and the observed. A soft breeze stirred the
leaves, carrying faint scents of earth and wildflowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of life fill him. The murmur of the stream, the rustle of leaves, the distant song of birds, and the steady beat of his own heart.
He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped his understanding, the fox, the birds, the streams, the gentle companionship of Summer, and the quiet guidance of Rick. Each fleeting moment left ripples that persisted quietly, shaping perception and understanding, small and enduring in their effect. By afternoon, the sunlight softened into muted gold, and shadows stretched long across the clearing. Morty and Summer wandered slowly along the stream, noticing every detail, the curve of mossy rocks, the play of light on the rippling water, the sway of branches, and the subtle shifts in color across the landscape. Each step became a meditation, each breath a reflection, each gesture a soft act of honoring presence and connection. Morty understood that courage and heroism could exist quietly, in observation, empathy, and subtle attentiveness, and that these small gestures left lasting impressions in the fabric of life. As evening drew near, the light softened further, turning the hilltop into a palette of amber and muted violet. Morty and Summer descended slowly, letting their rhythm fall in harmony with one another and with the gentle pulse of the world around them. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day in his chest, the fox, the flowing stream, the attentive gestures, the shared companionship, and the delicate, unspoken, understanding that small attentions could leave enduring ripples. These subtle acts of observation, care, and patience were invisible yet enduring, quiet yet profoundly impactful. By nightfall, stars twinkled faintly across the sky. Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the day's attentiveness settle deep within him. He listened to the gentle rustle of wind outside, the distant hum of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep approached softly, wrapping him in calm patience, and gentle warmth. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, quietest gestures, and gentlest acts of empathy left ripples that endured, patiently awaiting the light of tomorrow. The morning came softly, spilling pale light across rooftops and streets, brushing everything with warmth. Morty lingered at the window, feeling sunlight settle over his shoulders and chest, quiet and steady. Outside, the wind whispered gently through the trees, moving leaves against each other in soft murmurings. Somewhere, a bird's song rose and fell, delicate and brief, carried lightly on the air. Morty inhaled slowly, letting the calm press gently against him. Today, he thought, would be for reflection, for tracing the quiet rhythms that often passed unnoticed, and for letting their gentle lessons ripple into him softly, like water flowing over smooth stones. He dressed with deliberate care, each motion
mindful. The fabric of his shirt slid over his skin with familiar comfort. His shoes pressed gently into the earth beneath him, each step a meditation, each movement an act of awareness. Outside, the air carried faint scents of earth, morning,
dew and distant blooms blending softly with the warmth of sunlight. Morty walked the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his attention trace textures beneath his feet, patterns of light and shadow, and the subtle hum of life around him. Each detail became a story, a quiet reflection, a reminder that courage and heroism often lived in small, deliberate acts of attention. The hill rose softly ahead, crowned with sunlight filtering through branches in shifting patterns. Morty paused at the base, resting his hand on the bark of a towering oak tree. Its rough grooves, ridges, and patches of moss spoke of endurance, quiet resilience, and patient growth. Morty felt kinship with it, sensing a subtle alignment between the tree's steady rhythm and his own cultivation of empathy, patience, and attentiveness. Each leaf, knot, and ridge seemed to hum with quiet wisdom, waiting for someone willing to notice, pause, and reflect. At the crest of the hill, Summer was seated on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached slowly, careful, not to disturb the gentle focus she carried. She lifted her gaze briefly, offering a soft smile, and he felt warmth settle into his chest. Together they wandered along the hilltop, letting sunlight spill across the grass, tracing patterns of shifting light and shadow. Morty observed the attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the patient care in her movements, and the quiet bravery in her engagement with the world. Each glance, each breath, each gesture was a lesson in gentle presence. They arrived at the stream, where water curved lazily over moss-covered stones, catching light in fleeting glimmers. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool surface, feeling the subtle tug of the current. Summer crouched nearby, brushing lightly against leaves and stones, her attention deliberate, her motions meditative. Morty noticed the care in her movements, the quiet focus in her gaze, the patient observation in each gesture. Connection, he realized, often existed not in words but in shared presence, in quiet attentiveness, and in allowing life to unfold
naturally, without interference or expectation. Summer's quiet movements.
Summer traced shapes in the soil with a stick, absorbed in the present moment. Morty felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing intimacy in shared silence, the strength in patient observation, and the quiet bravery in deliberate attentiveness. Heroism, he reflected, often appeared in small acts of noticing, in soft attentions, and in patient endurance, rather than in loud or grand gestures. A fox appeared at the edge of the stream, pausing to sniff the air. Morty froze, feeling a delicate thrill of recognition, a subtle thread of connection. Summer remained still beside him, their shared presence forming a quiet, invisible bond. Morty realized that the world often spoke in whispers, in subtle movements, and in small gestures. Courage, empathy, and heroism existed in these gentle exchanges, in deliberate attentiveness, and in patient observation. The smallest gestures carried weight, shaping both the observer and the observed. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the faint scent of earth and flowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of life fill him, the murmur of the stream, the gentle brush of leaves, the distant birdsong, and the steady beat of his own heart. He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped his understanding. The fox, the streams, the birds, the gentle companionship of summer, and the quiet guidance of Rick. Each fleeting moment left ripples that endured quietly, shaping perception and understanding, subtle but lasting in their effect. By afternoon, the sun softened to muted gold, shadows stretching long across the clearing. Morty and Summer wandered along the stream, noticing every detail: moss-covered stones, sunlight glinting on ripples, swaying branches, subtle shifts of color in the landscape. Each step became a meditation, each breath a reflection, each movement a gentle acknowledgement of presence and connection. Morty understood that courage and heroism could exist quietly, in observation, empathy, and soft attentiveness, and that these gentle acts left lasting impressions in the fabric of life. As evening approached, the light softened further, turning the hilltop into a palette of amber and soft violet. Morty and Summer made their way slowly back down, letting their rhythm fall in harmony with one another and with the pulse of the natural world. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day within him: the fox, the stream, the small attentions, the shared companionship, and the unspoken understanding that these gentle gestures could leave ripples that endured. These subtle acts of observation, care, and patience were quiet yet profound, invisible yet enduring, delicate yet meaningful. By nightfall, stars twinkled faintly across the sky. Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the day's gentle lessons settled deep within him. He listened to the soft rustle of wind, the faint chorus of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep arrived gently, wrapping him in calm, patience, and quiet warmth. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, quietest gestures, and gentlest acts of empathy left ripples that endured, patiently awaiting the light of tomorrow. The morning arrived with a muted glow, soft and tender, spilling across rooftops and streets. Morty lingered at the window, letting the light rest on his shoulders, feeling it seep quietly into his chest. Outside, the wind whispered gently through the trees, brushing leaves against one another in faint, comforting murmurs. Somewhere, a bird sang a delicate song, its notes, fragile yet steady, carried lightly across the air. Morty inhaled slowly, feeling the calm settle in, anchoring him to the patient rhythm of the day. Today, he thought, would be for quiet reflection, for listening to the gentle currents of life, and for allowing their lessons to flow softly through him. He dressed deliberately, each motion slow and mindful. The fabric of his shirt glided against his skin, comforting and familiar. his shoes pressed lightly into the earth beneath him, each step a meditation, each movement a deliberate act of awareness. Outside, the air carried faint scents of damp earth, distant flowers and morning dew mingling gently with the warmth of sunlight. Morty walked the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his attention rest on the textures beneath his feet, the play of light and shadow, and the quiet hum of life around him. Every detail became a soft story, a reminder that courage and heroism often reside in small, deliberate acts of attention. The hill rose softly before him, crowned with sunlight filtering through branches in shifting, delicate patterns. Morty paused at the base, placing a hand on the rough bark of an old oak tree. Its grooves, ridges, and patches of moss spoke of quiet endurance, patient growth, and steady resilience. Morty felt kinship immediately, sensing the subtle alignment between the tree's rhythm and his own cultivation of empathy, patience, and awareness. Each leaf, knot, and ridge seemed to hum with quiet wisdom, waiting for someone willing to notice, to pause, to reflect, and to honor its presence. At the crest of the hill, Summer sat quietly, perched on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb the serene focus she carried. She glanced up briefly and smiled softly, and he felt warmth settle into his chest. Together they wandered along the hilltop, letting sunlight spill across the grass, tracing subtle patterns of light and shadow. Morty noticed the attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the patient care in her movements, the quiet bravery in her engagement with the world. Each glance, each breath, each gesture was a lesson in gentle presence and shared attentiveness. They arrived at the stream, its water curling slowly over moss-covered stones, reflecting light in delicate, glimmering patterns. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool surface, feeling the tug of the current against his skin. Summer crouched nearby, brushing lightly against leaves and stones, her attention deliberate, her motions meditative. Morty observed her carefully, noticing the focus in her gaze, the care in her gestures, the quiet courage in each subtle movement. Connection, he realized, often existed not in words, but in shared presence, in quiet attentiveness, and in allowing life to unfold without interference or demand. Time passed slowly, unhurried. Morty pulled out his sketchbook, tracing gentle lines across the page. The flowing water, the swaying branches, the curve of mossy stones, and Summer's soft movements. Summer traced patterns in the soil with a small stick, absorbed in the present moment. Morty felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing intimacy in shared silence, the strength in patient observation, and the bravery in deliberate attentiveness. Heroism, he reflected, often existed in small acts of noticing, in quiet attention, and in patient endurance, rather than in loud or grand gestures. A fox appeared at the edge of the stream, pausing to sniff the air, its fur catching faint glimmers of sunlight. Morty froze, feeling a delicate thrill of recognition, a subtle thread of connection. Summer remained still beside him, their shared presence forming an invisible, gentle bond. Morty realized that the world often communicated in whispers, in subtle movements, in quiet gestures. Courage, empathy, and heroism existed in these exchanges, in deliberate attentiveness and in patient observation. Even the smallest gestures carried enduring weight, shaping both the observer and the observed. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the faint scent of earth and wildflowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of life fill him. The murmur of the stream, the gentle brush of leaves, the distant song of birds, and the steady beat of his own heart. He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped him: the fox, the birds, the streams, the companionship of summer, and the quiet guidance of Rick. Each fleeting moment left ripples that persisted quietly, shaping understanding and perception, subtle yet lasting in their effect. By afternoon, sunlight softened into muted gold, casting long shadows across the clearing and painting gentle lines on the ground. Morty and Summer wandered along the stream, noticing every detail: moss-covered rocks, sunlight glinting on ripples, swaying branches, and subtle shifts in color across the landscape. Each step became a meditation, each breath a reflection, each gesture a soft act of honoring life's quiet presence. Morty understood that courage and heroism could exist quietly, in observation, empathy, and subtle attentiveness, and that these small gestures left lasting impressions in the fabric of life. As evening approached, the light softened further, turning the hilltop into a tapestry of amber and violet. Morty and Summer descended slowly, letting their rhythm fall in harmony with each other and with the pulse of the natural world. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day deep within him: the fox, the stream, the attentive gestures, the shared companionship, and the delicate understanding that these small attentions could leave enduring ripples. These subtle acts of observation, care, and patience were quiet yet meaningful, invisible yet enduring, delicate yet profound. By nightfall, stars twinkled faintly across the sky. Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the day's gentle lessons settle deep within him. He listened to the soft rustle of wind, the faint hum of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep arrived softly, wrapping him in calm, patience, and gentle warmth. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, quietest gestures, and gentlest acts of empathy left ripples that endured, patiently awaiting tomorrow's light. The morning unfolded softly, pale sunlight spilling across rooftops and streets, brushing everything with quiet warmth. Morty lingered by the window, letting the light rest gently on his shoulders and chest, feeling it seep slowly into him. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, moving leaves against one another in subtle, comforting rhythms. Somewhere, a bird sang, its notes delicate, rising and falling, carried lightly across the air. Morty inhaled deeply, letting the calm settle in, grounding him in the patient rhythm of the day. Today, he thought, would be a day for reflection, for tracing the gentle currents of life, and for letting their quiet lessons ripple softly through him. He dressed slowly, each motion deliberate, aware of the fabric of his shirt sliding against his skin, his shoes pressed gently into the earth below, each step a meditation, each movement an act of quiet attention. Outside, the air carried faint scents of dew, earth, and distant blooms, mingling softly with the warmth of sunlight. Morty walked the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his attention linger on the textures beneath his feet, the shifting light and shadow, and the faint hum of life around him. Each detail became a soft story, a gentle reminder that courage and heroism often live in quiet, deliberate acts of noticing. The hill rose softly ahead, bathed in sunlight filtering through branches in slow, shifting patterns. Morty paused at the base, resting a hand against the rough bark of a tall oak tree. Its grooves and ridges, the moss clinging to its roots, spoke of endurance, quiet resilience, and patient growth. Morty felt kinship with it, sensing a subtle alignment between the tree's rhythm and his own cultivation of empathy, patience, and awareness. Each leaf, knot, and ridge seemed to hum with quiet wisdom, waiting for someone willing to notice, pause, and reflect on its subtle presence. At the crest of the hill, Summer was seated on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb the gentle focus she carried. She glanced up briefly, offering a soft smile, and he felt warmth settle into his chest. Together, they wandered along the hilltop, letting sunlight spill across the grass, tracing subtle patterns of light and shadow. Morty noticed the attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the careful patience in her movements, and the quiet bravery in her engagement with the world. Each glance, each breath, each gesture was a lesson in gentle presence and shared attentiveness. They arrived at the stream, its water curling slowly over moss-covered stones, catching glimmers of sunlight. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool surface, feeling the gentle tug of the current. Summer crouched nearby, brushing lightly against leaves and stones, her attention deliberate, her motions meditative. Morty observed her carefully, noticing the soft care in her movements, the quiet focus in her gaze, and the patient observation in every gesture. Connection, he realized, often existed not in words, but in shared presence, in quiet attentiveness, and in allowing life to unfold naturally without interference. Time stretched slowly, unhurried, as Morty pulled out his sketchbook and traced gentle lines across the page. The flowing water, the sway of branches, moss-covered stones, and Summer's soft movements. Summer traced patterns in the soil with a small stick, absorbed in the present moment. Morty felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing intimacy in shared silence, strength in patient observation, and the bravery in deliberate attentiveness. Heroism, he reflected, often appeared in small acts of noticing, in subtle attentions, and in patient endurance, rather than in grand, loud gestures. A fox appeared at the edge of the stream, pausing to sniff the air. Morty froze, feeling a delicate thrill of recognition, a quiet thread of connection. Summer remained still beside him, their shared presence forming a subtle, invisible bond. Morty realized that the world often communicated in whispers, in subtle movements, in quiet gestures. Courage, empathy, and heroism existed in these gentle exchanges, in deliberate attentiveness, and in patient observation. Even the smallest gestures carried lasting weight, shaping both the observer and the observed. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying faint scents of earth and wildflowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of life fill him, the murmur of the stream, the gentle brush of leaves, the distant song of birds, and the steady pulse of his own heartbeat. He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped his understanding, the fox, the birds, the streams, the quiet companionship of Summer, and the soft guidance of Rick. Each fleeting moment left ripples that persisted quietly, shaping perception and understanding, subtle yet enduring. By afternoon, sunlight softened into muted gold, shadows stretching long across the clearing. Morty and Summer wandered along the stream, noticing every detail: moss-covered rocks, sunlight glinting on ripples, swaying branches, and delicate shifts in color across the landscape. Each step became a meditation, each breath a reflection, each gesture a soft act of honoring life's quiet presence. Morty understood that courage and heroism could exist quietly in observation, empathy, and subtle attentiveness, and that these small gestures left lasting impressions in the fabric of the world. As evening approached, light softened further, turning the hilltop into a palette of amber and soft violet. Morty and Summer descended slowly, letting their rhythm fall in harmony with one another and with the pulse of the natural world. Morty lessons of the day in his chest, the fox, the stream, the small attentions, the shared companionship, and the delicate understanding that these gentle gestures could leave ripples that endured. These subtle acts of observation, care, and patience were quiet yet meaningful, invisible yet enduring, delicate yet profound. By nightfall, stars began to twinkle faintly across the sky. Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the day's gentle lessons settle deep within him. He listened to the soft rustle of wind outside, the distant hum of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep arrived softly, wrapping him in calm, patience, and gentle warmth. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, quietest gestures, and gentlest acts of empathy left ripples that endured, patiently awaiting the soft light of tomorrow. The morning arrived quietly, the pale light spilling slowly over rooftops and streets, brushing everything with soft warmth. Morty lingered at the window, letting the sunlight settle gently on his shoulders, feeling it seep into the rhythm of his chest. Outside, the wind whispered softly through the moving leaves against each other in gentle murmurs. Somewhere, a bird sang a delicate, fleeting melody, carried light across the morning air. Morty inhaled slowly, letting the calm settle into him. Today, he decided, would be a day of reflection, of remembering, and of holding softly the ripples of all that had passed. He dressed each ocean spirit, painful fabric against his skin, his shoes pressed light into the earth beneath him, each step a meditation, each movement a gentle act of awareness. Outside, the air carried the faint scent of dew, distant flowers, and warm earth, mingling with the quiet glow of sunlight. Morty walked the familiar path toward the hill at the edge of the neighborhood, letting his attention linger on textures beneath his feet, patterns of shadow and light, and the subtle hum of life around him. Each detail became a soft story, a gentle reminder that courage, kindness, and heroism often reside in quiet, deliberate acts of noticing. The hill rose ahead, bathed in sunlight filtering through branches in delicate, shifting patterns. Morty paused at the base, placing a hand on the rough oak tree. Its grooves, ridges, and patches of moss spoke of patient endurance, quiet resilience, and slow, steady growth. Morty felt kinship with it, sensing a subtle alignment between the tree's rhythm and his own cultivation of empathy, patience, and attentiveness. Each leaf, knot, and ridge seemed to hum with quiet wisdom, waiting for someone willing to notice, pause, and reflect on its presence. At the crest of the hill, Summer sat on a flat stone, her posture relaxed but attentive. Morty approached slowly, careful not to disturb the gentle focus she carried. She lifted her gaze briefly, offering a soft, knowing smile, and he felt warmth settle into his chest. Together they wandered along the hilltop, letting sunlight spill across the grass, tracing subtle patterns of shadow and light. Morty noticed the attentiveness in Summer's gaze, the patient care in her movements, the quiet bravery in her engagement with the world. Each glance, each breath, each gesture was a lesson in gentle presence, a meditation in quiet companionship. They arrived at the stream, its water curling slowly over moss-covered stones, glinting in the sunlight. Morty knelt beside it, letting his fingers trace the cool, flowing surface, feeling the gentle tug of the current. Summer crouched nearby, brushing lightly against leaves and stones, her attention deliberate, her motions meditative. Morty observed her carefully, noticing the care in her movements, the quiet focus in her gaze, the patient observation in each subtle gesture. Connection, he realized, often existed not in words but in shared presence, in quiet attentiveness, and in allowing life to unfold naturally, without interference or expectation. Time stretched slowly, unhurried. Morty pulled out his sketchbook and traced lines across the page, the flowing water, the swaying branches, the moss-covered stones, and Summer's soft, deliberate movements. Summer traced patterns in the soil with a small stick, absorbed in the present moment. Morty felt a quiet swell of gratitude, recognizing the intimacy in shared silence, the strength in patient observation, and the subtle bravery in deliberate attentiveness. Heroism, he reflected, often appeared in the smallest acts of noticing, in soft attentions and in patient endurance, rather than in grand, loud gestures. A fox appeared at the edge of the stream, pausing to sniff the air, its fur catching faint glimmers of sunlight. Morty froze, feeling a delicate thrill of recognition, a quiet thread of connection. Summer remained still beside him, their shared presence forming a gentle, invisible bond. Morty realized that the world often communicated in whispers, in subtle movements, in quiet gestures. Courage, empathy, and heroism existed in these gentle exchanges, in deliberate attentiveness, and in patient observation. Even the smallest gestures carried weight, shaping both the observer and the observed. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying faint scents of earth and wildflowers. Morty closed his eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of life fill him. The murmur of the stream, the gentle brush of leaves, the distant song of birds, and the steady pulse of his own heart. He reflected on the small attentions that had shaped him, the fox, the birds, the streams, the quiet companionship of Summer, and the patient guidance of Rick. Each fleeting moment left ripples that persisted quietly, shaping understanding and perception, subtle yet enduring. By afternoon, the sunlight softened into muted gold, casting long shadows across the clearing and painting delicate lines on the ground. Morty and Summer wandered along the stream, noticing every detail. Moss-covered rocks, sunlight glinting on ripples, swaying branches, and subtle shifts in color across the landscape. Each step became a meditation, each breath a reflection, each gesture a soft act of honoring life's quiet presence. Morty understood that courage and heroism could exist quietly in observation, empathy, and subtle attentiveness, and that these small gestures left lasting impressions in the fabric of the world. As evening approached, the light softened further, turning the hilltop into a tapestry of amber and violet. Morty and Summer made their way slowly back down, letting their rhythm fall in harmony with one another and with the pulse of the natural world. Morty carried the quiet lessons of the day deep within him, the fox, the stream, the small attentions, the shared companionship, and the delicate understanding that these gentle gestures could leave ripples that endured. These subtle acts of observation, care, and patience were quiet yet meaningful, invisible yet enduring, delicate yet profound. By nightfall, stars twinkled faintly across the sky. Morty climbed into bed, feeling the warmth of the day's gentle lessons settle deep within him. He listened to the soft rustle of wind, the faint chorus of nocturnal life, and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sleep arrived softly, wrapping him in calm, patience, and gentle warmth. He whispered softly, "Thank you for letting me notice. Thank you for letting me care. Thank you for letting me be." And with that, he drifted into the patient embrace of night, understanding that even the smallest attentions, quietest gestures, and gentlest acts of empathy left ripples that endured, patiently awaiting the soft light of tomorrow. As we reach the soft end of this journey, remember that stories like these are meant to linger gently in your mind, not to startle, but to settle. Each small gesture, quiet observation, and tender act of care, whether in Morty's world or your own, carries a weight invisible but real, shaping the spaces around us in ways we often cannot see. The heroism of life is not always loud or celebrated. Sometimes it is simply the act of noticing, the patience to listen, and the courage to feel deeply. Thank you for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man.